Walking hand in hand on the ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so one, really won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. See you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so one, really won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. Show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. Like the others, I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me on tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I hope we turn it around. No, I hope we turn it around. It's the right time, I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through, get you out of your comfort zone, 'cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right
now. I guess the point is like if you've got all these secrets, then it's cool to have secrets. Just keep them a secret and don't act on them. And if I tell you a secret, definitely don't tell anyone.
Okay, I'll try really hard, but if it gets me out of a court date, I'll do it.
Ooh. Okay.
But
when
fair.
All I'm saying is that when I DM you like all the shit that I hate about the other players, just keep that stuff
Not the characters,
quiet.
the players. Like, here's what I hate about Jace.
See, you don't ever DM that stuff. You just say it.
Like a coward.
Yes, looking back to my aforementioned Oak Cliff joke earlier.
Oh.
I'm entirely too free with my speech to not get shot in certain places in this country. Anyway, hey guys, welcome to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. we are here for chapter 52 of the Adventures of Athoria with our group. Last week we went through chapter 51, where the group decided to have a bit of a meeting with the Archmagus Jovitus Urbis Arna, who is the court sorcerer of Ashgar, a rather large empire group of kingdoms to the north and east of this archipelago. Um, Speaking to him regarding some overhearing some sneaks that Volred apparently does. Um, yeah, regarding an assassination attempt that was to be made on his life. Information was relayed, and you guys did some investigation after speaking with Sir Aldous Vaness, a paladin of Tyros, the god of Ashgar. And receiving some information regarding a couple individuals he believed to be involved. Two humans, one named Folk Engstrom and another named Joan Atberg. Upon investigating their whereabouts, you came across a tenement apartment style building owned by a dwarven individual named Rognvald. And after a little bit of information, some surprisingly effective, even though low rolls by Zal, was able to dwarf talk him into letting you guys get a sneak peek at the room. Calum, thankfully, checked the area for magical traps and prevented you guys from triggering a glyph of warding that would have seriously damaged at least two of you in the party.
Bad.
But you guys were able to spend some time and find out that these guys seem to have cut bait and run, leaving little traps behind in case anyone got curious. After which, Rongvald agreed to review some records he had regarding the individuals and to notify you with anything he finds. But you guys, at the end of last chapter, were heading towards the harbor area, the waterfront, the Crescent, in hopes of finding Emir, the smuggler that Volred had some short interactions with the previous day before he had to attempt to evade arrest, and then actually found himself in the position to get the information that finds yourself in this position at this very moment. So we're going
Full
circles.
circle.
Full circle. So it is mid to late afternoon. At this point in time, the sun is trailing a little low in the western horizon. And everything here in Rue Alatas is bathed with a beautiful shade of, light orange. And the water is gorgeous. And we are still at the very last couple days of winter. So, where are you guys wanting to go first?
Real quick, since you said it was the last days of winter, what is the date?
It is the 88th day of Frost Rule, of which there are 90 days. The first day of, so in 3 days, it will be the first of day one of the first seed, which is the first day of spring. From what you know, the locals here also call it Balefire.
Cool. Thank you.
So, on this, the 88th day of Frost Rule, where in the waterfront district would you like to go?
88th day.
Frost Rule.
Of Frost Rule, yes.
Yeah.
Not the 89th, though.
No, but almost the 89th. Thou shalt not count to 87 unless thou then state 88.
90 is outright. I guess we'd follow whoever Volred last met. What the hell is his name?
Emir, you last met him in a back alley of the Adventurers Quarter. But remember, you guys did
Know to
have a
meet him there.
short, huh?
How did he know to meet him there?
You guys had a list of places you guys were trying to look for him at, and that's just the place you ended up finding him. So I would assume then
Yeah.
you're retracing that list,
Yes.
starting with the Harbor District. Okay.
Let's look for an individual who's up to no good.
Yes. I believe, as far as I know, Volred may be the only one here who's actually met him.
I believe so, because the other crew was away, because then I got chased by the police.
Okie dokie. So then, all right. So you head back in to the Crescent, the waterfront district of Rue Alatos. Mostly trying to focus at this point on some of the more western edges of the Crescent, areas that you guys don't commonly travel. You guys mostly stay towards like the south and eastern ends. Heading first to a kind of divey, rogue laden hole in the wall called the Darling Rogue, a skeevy backwater tavern fit only for the most ill reputant of citizens. The place, thankfully, you didn't get to this place on your list previously. And it is about as unappealing an establishment as you would expect. It's not actually on the main thoroughfare. It's on a section of elevated plankway that sits on the inner section of the bay. And kind of in a back alley, so the only way to know it was there is to know it's there. And so it is cumbered amongst the scent of rotting fish, as the area is also near an angler's wharf where people kind of pull out their fish, clean the fish, and just dump the chum just kind of either in buckets in the area or right off the dock. So it's also covered in gull and gull excrement. But you find the place, single story, holds maybe 24 people at best. You sit outside. These are some sailors in the area, all of which look rough and tumble. So you guys are, well, with the exception of Izal, you guys look woefully out of place.
What was the name of the establishment one more time?
It is called the Darling Rogue. Though, as you can really only tell the letters of the sign. The sign itself appears to have a what might have at one point been a rather charming figure face on it, but most of the face is broken, and it looks as though the sign has been vandalized many times over the years and never repaired or replaced. So you see part of what was once a face, and then most of the letters that would spell out the Darling Road.
Well, this establishment does not seem darling.
Well, it sounds like it would fit the individual that we are seeking.
I wouldn't describe him as darling.
So he should fit right in then.
There is nothing good about the looks of this establishment.
This is why you don't invite the rough crowd to your establishment.
I assume we should go in and look around.
Well, it can't smell any worse inside than it does out here.
You'd be surprised.
Let's go in.
Let's investigate.
Okay.
Let's
As,
investigate the
My
smell.
hypothesis was wrong. It's way worse.
So as you guys approach the door flies open as a barroom brawl spills out into the wharf. Mostly some of the sailors just kind of watch and mock amusement as two individuals covered in blood and soaked in piss and beer are rolling along the ground. Appointed entry as you guys step inside. As previously stated, the area is very simple. It sits maybe about 30 feet by 30 feet or so of the tap room, of which you can see. There is a small hearth on the far side of the room. The floors appear to just be plank wood sections, actually, of the wharf. And so you can actually see like narrow gaps in the floorboards that drop straight down into the ocean. Most of the floor seems to be partially covered with soiled rugs and straw that's just kind of used to provide some kind of barrier to the elements. The walls themselves are cracked and crumbling a little bit on the inside. And the thatch roof appears awfully kind of dark, as if it's stained by smoke and long since past its need to be replaced. Most of the people in here are obviously drunk, most of which are sailors. One of the patrons nearest you appears to be an elderly human with this long kind of silver gray beard and long white hair that goes halfway down his back. He wears cleric vestments and seems to bear some holy symbol iconography, though from what you can see of his arm and face, it's heavily scarred. Not really sure what that's about, but basically within about 10 feet radius of him, no one is seated. But the bartender kind of makes his way over towards you guys. And you can kind of pick out indiscriminate glances of people looking at you, as you can also spot in amongst our, how should I say, stripper dancers, performers, kind of heavily used up looking, but migrating from table to table, collecting money to provide a show with the dinner for anyone who's interested.
I made sure to add strippers to my notes.
Now the
This
question
Gonna
is
add
that the
worn-out
only
strippers.
is that the only thing you added to your notes about this room?
No, I said we walk into a bar brawl and we see a human cleric with a scarred face.
Ah.
I could scratch that part out there. So it's just strippers.
Strippers.
You could just quadruple underline strippers,
You gotta go to that one bar with the strippers.
maybe highlight it, put a little
Yeah,
spot.
That ain't gonna work.
It doesn't show, but I've taken your advice. It's like quintuple underlined and highlight circled
Important.
because
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was wondering if you could hear me because I tried to mute
Oh.
myself.
No.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, but your camera's off though too.
Uh,
But yes, you know, and if you absolutely need to, you can get some of those little sticky tabs, just so that way if you need to get that information really quickly, you know exactly where to go.
You know what? I should order some on nameless e-commerce website.com with premium delivery. Not
Yes,
sponsored.
not sponsored. Though I
I
spend way
think
too much money
they-
on said website.
I think that company you're speaking of bought a streaming site called Switch. No? That's
Oh.
not it.
I think the name of the website's like Nile or something.
Anyway, it's eBay, guys. That's all
Yeah.
eBay. No, but yeah, as you do a quick cursory glance, though, you do not see Amir.
Is he here?
Uh,
Are you looking at the ceiling?
What's up there?
I don't see him, but not everyone at once. Look over. Do you see that cleric with the scarred face?
Yes, I do.
It's fairly obvious.
It seems like there's something interesting about this person.
We should definitely go bother them, though.
At least get their names.
Hmm.
Perhaps they came here on a ship. We could ask them what ship they came on.
Hmm.
All I think this is a job for you.
No, you need someone who's religious. Oh, that's me.
Pretty sure. Yeah, that's all.
Wonder why they're all staying so far away. I don't know what Emir looks like, so this could be Emir in disguise. You okay?
Sorry. A
Well,
little-
most disguises make you look away from them and not the entire room split away from them.
Well, Caleb, you can never tell what the tallest tree in the forest is when you're standing right next to it. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I want to go check out the cleric dude.
Caleb, I'm not sure if that analogy was accurate. Many times when I'm in my treehouse back in Kiosa, it's pretty obvious which the highest tree is.
Behind.
Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to mean either.
I won't challenge said tomfoolery.
Go on over
That's
to
fair.
him. Kind of leaning towards the table, like, I can't help but notice that you're all alone here. Is there any particular reason why?
Punch in his face.
The old man, the old man just kind of glances over. You can see he's got like mostly one good eye. The eye closest to you seems to have a large scar through it. This guy looks as like he's been scourged all on the side of his face. Either this guy has like fallen into like a sarlacc pit, or he's fought rancors, or he got his ass mauled by wolves. You don't really know, but yes, looks like he's been through a meat grinder a little bit. And so he kind of looks you over, kind of looks back over at your compatriots. No particular reason.
He's sitting all alone.
Do you want a refill?
He kind of looks down his cup and like almost kind of quickly chugs it as if he's been. You can tell he's been nursing this drink for a long time without actually drinking it, and kind of sets it down. If you're offering,
I will grab it and I will take it to the bar and I will get all four of us the same thing.
okay.
He's just drinking straight pale ale. So no one sits around you? You just like come sitting at the bar? I don't want to point out your scars, but they are a distinguishing feature.
And he kind of looks over. Most of the people around here think that if you've got scars like this, you must have seen some shit.
And you could have just fallen off a cliff by accident and got really scarred, just lucky enough to live.
No. Nothing so daring, I assure you.
Slipped and had part of your belt grab onto the back of a car and you slid down the road getting drugged by it?
No,
Hmm.
I did this.
Ooh. Like on purpose or accident?
Hmm.
Okay, was that yes to the first part or the latter?
It's one of the rituals of my faith.
Ooh.
Flagellation.
Ooh. That sounded like something.
All right. For clarification, flagellation is that old school thing where you like whip yourself or beat yourself for penitence.
If a friend of mine were here, they'd probably say that sounded like some type of gas problem.
I know. I saw the look on Volred's face. That was kind of that's a new word. I wonder what that means. Oh, I know what I think it means.
So
It's like-
flagellation, FLAGIL.
I think it's GELLATION. Flagellation.
Man, at the spelling bee, you're supposed to get let the kid finish with the word before you go. Eh.
Incorrect. F incorrect. Damn it.
Oh, this is going to be spelled exactly how I want. Flagellation, great. Really killed that spelling.
Soft.
Yeah.
K.
Flag elation. Flogging or beating either as a religious discipline or for grata. No.
Sex pun.
Beep. You know, Izal, I thought of you the other day. I almost bought you like a little stream deck type thing that had a button that beeps your audio. So that way, if you knew you're going to say something inappropriate, you can hit it and it'll beep it out.
I could put a button on here that does that.
Oh, okay.
Where's the fun in that, though? Just cuss.
Hey, beeping words out in a lot of instances is actually funnier than saying the word.
I know. I've edited.
Anyway, so yes, Volred, this is an individual who feels so bad about his life that he beats himself to make himself feel better. He injures himself to feel better.
It's like, Eric, that's not a special word. You need to make up for that. Everyone beating it to feel better. It's not out of the question here.
You guys suck. You know, the truth is, if Twitch came here and said, hey, you guys have to be PG, no way we could do it. No way.
We should show our kids.
There's a lot worse streams.
That's true. But our stream isn't labeled 21 and up or 18 and up or anything like that.
Okay. So you did something wrong, and you're trying to correct yourself for it?
My faith is one that believes a primary way of atoning for one's sin is by pain.
Have you tried preventing Armageddon?
Not really familiar with the phrase, but no.
Alright. Just say probably a lot less scarring involved. Or maybe. Or mental scarring. If I read, what does Amir look like?
He has a face
Well, shit.
with hair,
There's it down.
facial hair, and he wears clothes.
So we're looking for a non-nudist who enjoys hair products, who is not horribly scarred on the face.
That was very, very weird for you to just bring up face scarring around this kind sir.
He did
Don't
it to
worry,
himself.
kid. I've lived a long time. I'm aware of what these scars make people think. Part of the reason why no one in here really wants to fuck with me.
By the way, what was your name? I'm Volred.
My name's Bazad.
Bizard?
Bazad.
Oh.
I'm Bazad the Penitent, some call me. I'm a cleric of Seer from Asterim. Asterim, a city you recognize well, right? It's one of the free cities near Kioxa.
What? One more time, was the city?
It's called Asterim or Azrim.
Azrin.
Yes. Asterim is a city here.
Hmm.
Yes, it's Azrin is one of the largest of the free cities. And while the free cities don't, by definition have a capital, if it did, Azrin would be its capital.
Hmm. Ooh, interesting. You're from Azrin. I hail from Kiosa.
Kind of looks. Well, that's kind of a rough place.
Some would call it quite nice. But I'm curious, what makes that area rough, in your own words?
Well, it's a place that basically makes its money off of violence and death. The gods don't often look kindly on places like that. So it's a place that breeds on misery, thrives on it, really. I don't mean to disparage anyone who is able to make a living there, but let's just say those in the upper echelons of society live very different lives than the people down below, and are often oblivious to the hurt they cause. Well, I suppose the gods judge us all in the end.
Hmm. I guess that is a fair statement. However, a city rich in that history must do something to provide for its population. What
Yeah,
would you do?
well, for starters, I would probably avoid selling weapons if at all possible, or at least make sure that weapons go to good, godly folk who will use it to empower the world instead of just selling to both sides in order to prolong conflict. There's nothing wrong with taking up a sword against evil, but there is something to be said for someone who deals both with angels and devils and reaps from both sides.
Hmm. There once was an old tale I heard of a magic city of Switzerland, I believe it was called, who remained neutral. And in a sense, isn't Kiosa remaining neutral by providing the same service to anyone who provides payment?
If Kyosa provides weapons that are used by soldiers who kill other people, that's not neutrality, that's equal opportunity.
Hmm. I find this conversation very interesting. A lot of things I haven't thought about my own upbringing.
And he kind of looks at you. Yeah, I suppose you are of the type of people from Kyosa who isn't used to contemplating the lives of others.
Hmm. Interesting point. In a way, yes, and in a way, no. There are moments where the needs of the people are quite contemplated, but every ends has its means. Would someone in power just drop all that they have and let their people go to waste? I guess my question is, how do you break free from generations of servitude to a morally ambiguous industry?
Life's always full of choices, young man. Uh, I may not have lived as long as an elf, but I've lived long enough to know that sometimes you just have to draw a line in the sand and choose not to cross it. Are you aware of truth?
Hmm. Truth. What a
And
novel.
I don't mean the sort of simple truth. The sky is blue, the fish is red or orange or whatever color fish you're talking about. I'm talking about the kind of truth that strips away all artifice. You see, when you spend time with yourself and you get to know yourself as a person, part of the faith in my case is to really know who I am as a person, both the darkness and the light. And that requires me to look back on things I've done and not make excuses for why I chose certain paths. It's very easy for people all walks of life, elves, humans, dwarves, gnomes, uh, hell, even goblins, to make decisions thinking that they don't have any choices, and they rationalize why they have to make a certain choice or can't choose another choice. But frankly, it's all bullshit. It's fear, is what most of it comes down to. Making the right choice against opposition is hard, and people are often like water or lightning. They tend to flow the path of least resistance. Sure, they on occasion make some choices when left between two equally onerous choices. Sometimes they make a better choice, but generally speaking, people just choose whatever choice comes easiest, and they do whatever they have to do to rationalize the damage that comes from it.
Volred takes out his bottle of cognac, just pops it open, and kind of get, get, get,
Man, just
get,
attacking
takes
the
a
whole
nice,
livelihood.
nice big swig. Bazal, you were talking to Bazad about his scars, I believe.
I just wondered, like, if we had to mention. I don't really know. No,
Yeah.
I was talking about Emir, who doesn't have scars.
Yeah,
Mm.
Volred, as you answer that question, earlier at Izal's mention of Amir, you noticed the bartender, who up until that point had largely ignored you guys, starts to kind of look at you out of the corner of his eye, trying not to show any obvious interest in the conversation, but you can tell he's keeping one ear open and seems to almost kind of deject a little bit until the name of Amir pops up yet again. And this time, instead of a sidelong glance, his eyes dart up just for a moment and go back.
Bazad, that was a very in-depth conversation, much deeper than some members with my own party here. I appreciate your willingness to be so deep at a first meeting. Let me excuse myself. I walk over to the bartender.
And the bartender just kind of looks you over. Ah, ready to order something then?
Yes, I would like to order a glass of Amir.
And he kind of looks at you. Sorry, a glass of beer?
Yes, a glass of beer and a side of Amir.
He kind of takes a looking back.
Very straightforward. I love it.
No, he's working a little bit of thieves' cant in there. So the guy is kind of looking at you, looking you up and down, looks at your compatriots. Well, that's typically a specialty that we don't give to many. It might be in limited supply.
Mm.
Who exactly told you could get that here?
Oh, no one in particular. However, I sometimes notice people as they pay attention to me. One would call it perception. And when I mentioned the name Amir, your eyes darted over. So I put together that you might be able to help me find him.
Okay, all right, so you're going to be even more direct. Okay, the guy's kind of looking at you, his eyes shifting a little bit. He's kind of looking over at Bazad, who at this point is just kind of watching this whole conversation with practically no emotion on his face.
Oh,
He's
I was
just
going to talk to Bazad to distract him. I was like, have you ever
and
considered just not fucking yourself over with like scarring? Like, just let it go. Well, it sucks, dude. Just deal with it.
he's just
I
like,
will also be involved in that conversation.
I was like, oh, your life sucks? Cool.
yeah.
So, just from earlier, he said that he does that whenever he has sinned.
Yeah. So from as you understand, it's part of his ritual to his god, who he mentioned as Seer. Um, it's kind of a reflection of on oneself, a confession of sins, and then atonement through pain.
Got it.
So, but the bartender is kind of looking around. You can tell Volred, just based on your general insight and dealing with these kind of people, he's not entirely sure how he wants to proceed, but he's got that look on his face like he understands that the next words coming out of his mouth could go very well or very poorly for him. But he kind of looks at you and goes, look, I don't want any trouble. If you knew enough to come here looking for that particular dish, I suppose I could serve it. I have some in the back, but I'd say it'll cost you 25 gold. Is that something you're interested in?
No. Only reason why is when Amir and I last had our conversation, I was able to get quite a lot of information from him for a total of 20 gold. So now you're telling me Amir is charging for his mere presence. 10 gold.
The bartender kind of looks you over. Fine. 10.
Okay. So,
And
10
so,
gold.
so you pass over the gold. The bartender takes it and goes, and for the record, Amir doesn't charge for his presence. I just don't much like you. He's in the back.
Fair enough. Can I have my glass of beer as well?
And he's just kind of looking at you and it's like, pulls out a tankard and starts pouring it out. He slides it over. It looks like it's got a little too much foam on top and isn't like super cold, but yeah, you know, to be fair, like the drink quality here is pretty poor, but the people here don't seem to mind that very much.
How much do I owe you?
He kind of looks at. Don't worry about it. As far as I'm concerned, you've paid. Besides, if just do whatever you want to do with the mirror, just get it done, and I don't want any trouble.
Mm.
As he kind of glances over to Izal and Caleb, who are definitely seem to be having full conversation with Bazad.
I understand. So I'll go quietly sneak away from them and just go into the back. Whether they notice me or not is on them.
Yeah,
Dude,
which
Just
is
kind
the
of ghosted.
We
the
are
back.
involved in a conversation.
Yeah, which the back at this point is just kind of a rough, like timber frame with like a large, kind of thick, like cowhide leather separator. So you just kind of throw the flat back and walk into the back room, which is super basic. It's got another small kind of hearth there, which is really only for cooking, which you can kind of look over there. The kitchen's a mess. It looks like what constitutes for food is in this place is just putting a whole bunch of stuff in a pot and just leave it to boil over long periods of time. Not really any artistry to it. It's calories. Is about all you can say for that.
Clearly.
But as you kind of stop in, you don't see a mirror, but you do see another little flap off the side where you can hear a little bit of movement in the room, as it appears someone is in there. And then as you kind of approach, you hear a very familiar voice go, well, friend, it's very simple. I guarantee it'll work. Understand it might take a couple of minutes for full effect, but 150 gold, it will get the job done.
There's something about poison or Viagra.
Right?
Yeah.
Or both.
Volra doesn't need one of those. He already got it earlier.
Which I still haven't used. Okay. And they're on the other side of this curtain, correct?
Yes. Again, curtain being just a stiff sheet of leather.
I actually kind of want to slip back a moment, and would I be able to overhear them from once I came? The idea is I'm trying to slip back and do one of those sort of like.
Yeah, you
wait
just
for-
want to linger. You want to drop some eaves for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy enough. No roll necessary. You kind of drift off to the side and kind of adjust yourself to get a better listening angle. As you hear Amir kind of come back in. No, friend. It's not like that. It's just I have such a limited supply, and if you want to make sure that your problem is dealt with, this is really just the fastest way it can go. And supply and demand being what it is, 150 is the best price I can do. In the other one, you hear another voice come in. It appears to be kind of a male's voice, though higher in pitch, either Weasley individual or perhaps someone a little younger. He goes, I can't wait that long. Well, shit, if something happens, they'll know it is me. And it's like, oh, come on, friend. Like I said, just make sure to drop the elixir in the drink and extricate yourself from the situation. He'll be dead by dinner. And then he goes, all right. Oh, man. On the other hand, I guess 150 gold will be good enough price if I can actually be rid of him for good. Excellent. Yes, and don't worry. Your father's a real bastard. I'm sure he deserves it. Like, all right. Here's the money, as promised. Excellent. Oh, there's an awful lot of silver and copper in here. Well, I suppose I'll trust you. Here, take it. All right. Good. And remember, if anyone asks, Let's just, I know. I didn't get it here. Good. Right, now, buzz off. I've got some other business to attend to. And then you hear a clattering of like wood and a sliding noise as if like a window is being shut. And then you hear a little bit of moving, the clanging of coins in a box. 150 gold. Well, I suppose it will be. It'll do its job at least. One more happy customer. All right. So who's next? And you hear the shuffling of papers, and then silence.
What I want to do is I want to slowly back out from that first area and make a loud sort of gesture of like, throwing the thing and, heavy footsteps to make it appear, easily heard that someone is approaching.
Okay, so you wanna. So when you back out of the initial area, are you still wanting to stay in the kitchen and make a noise?
Yeah, so he's in like room 3, right? Room
Yeah, you
1
just don't
being,
want to
like, the
roll
bar.
up in there by surprise.
Yeah, I want to act like I'm coming into that first area and, be like, oh, I'm walking in, That way he could hear someone's, like, coming into the area.
He sneaks.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So I walk in and I even sort of whisper, Amir?
What a shithole.
Amir?
Yeah. So
Amir,
as
are you in here?
as you kind of go through, step back, and kind of make the noise and kind of stomp through, just before you reach the, you hear like an exasperated sigh from the room, as the voice of Amir cries out, "God's sakes, Yoris!" And as you kind of stumble through, he's like looking, and it's kind of glancing as you start your little bit. And he goes, "Oh shit." Oh, yes. Well, it appears you were not arrested. That's really good, my friend. You've got some skill. If you're, wait, you didn't. This isn't one of those situations. You didn't tell them anything about me, did you? This isn't some kind of, they let you go, you narc kind of thing, right?
Absolutely not. I was not caught. I've never been caught. And I'll never be caught ever.
As that happens, Amir just kind of looks at you, and you see his eyes get really intense. You see a little bit of color flush from his face, and he goes, "Well, I am very happy to see you. I am so glad that the last time we met, we were able to have such good business together, and that we are here. So, yes, it is I. And if you require anything, if I can be of help, then please let me know. I am looking around, working from here today, obviously, and I have, and you see him kind of reach forward with a little quill and kind of scratch out something in a book. I have an opening."
Well, I'll be very direct. I can tell that my abrupt presence here causes a little tension to your mind. Indubitably, I understood that me showing up could cause a sense of questioning. So I would like to be direct, in and out, so we can get along with both of our business.
Yes, of course. It's nothing personal. It's just my business is usually done on kind of an appointment basis. So when
course.
someone drops in unannounced, it requires an adjustment. But again, no worries. We've done business before, so takes the awkwardness almost completely right out of it. But yes, you need something.
I'm looking for two gentlemen in town by the name of Folk and Jonan. Have you heard anything about the whereabouts of anyone by this name?
Folk and Joan. Huh. And he kind of looks at you again. He seems a little confused. Well, hard to say. Those names could be considered common. Um, Perhaps you could tell me why it is you're looking for them, and that will help me narrow down which folk and
Mm,
Joan
of,
you might be looking for.
of course. Um, I can give you as much information as possible. Um, these gentlemen are employed with a contract in which I'm trying to deliver an urgent message. Unfortunately, I'm unaware of the work they're performing. It's somewhat secretive. Too too high above my head to know. But I'm supposed to deliver them some information. I believe they are not from here, and they may have um, some sort of friendship with the Ashgar Alliance.
Ah, well, um, if that's the case, I I believe I perhaps know the individuals you are referring to,
Mm,
though I didn't know them by name. But if you're referring to two individuals who are Ashgaran, there's well, Ashgarans are uh, people like that stand out in a town like this. I suppose I should say it that way. Um,
uh, Eric, real quick, did I get that right? There's Ashgar, the Jovitus.
yes, Jovitus is the Archmagus. Ashgar is the Empire he works on behalf of.
Yes. So I meant to say the wrong thing. The who's the group? The foe group that.
Yes, well, they're with the Athenium.
Eh, okay.
Yes, which is
Yep.
yes, you call
From
it the
Bale.
Athenium. The Athenium is actually a place, not
Mm,
really a group, but it's generally looked at as this great monolithic entity, kind of like the government or the
uh-huh.
FBI kind of thing.
Okay.
Well, at any rate, I am aware of just such individuals being in town. I personally did not do business with them. However, I do know an individual who is better. I suppose you could call him a colleague. You might also call him a rival. Though our business overlaps only somewhat, as he deals with different kind of contraband than I do. Um, my stuff is well, I don't mean to limit myself, but I'm a man of the common people, you understand, and this individual deals more towards people who need things that cost a considerable amount of money.
Mm,
Uh, he, from according to rumor, is the one who had dealings with your compatriots. Uh, so I can't help you, but perhaps this other individual might.
mm. Well, I appreciate the quick response, and if you're able to drop that name, I'd be more than happy to provide you 2 platinum.
2 platinum. Oh. Well, what's in a name? and he's kind of looking at you. You can clearly get the sense he's trying to figure out to what extent he's going to be able to haggle that.
Hmm.
Uh, I mean, I surely could give you a name. Uh, Perhaps if you would be willing to say go 5 platinum, then I could also give you an address. And perhaps the perfect gift in order to ingratiate yourself.
Hmm. I agree under the pretense that should we have a third meeting for your skills, we share a drink.
He's not entirely sure how to take that. Uh, well, uh, can I ask why you're fixated on the drink?
Just a friendly offering. That is all.
As
Been
a way to, say, cement future business dealings and in a gesture of friendship.
Yeah, correct. Just a statement of a further dialogue for future business if needs come up. Just that.
Well, then, yes, of course. Of course. Trust. Trust. That is what this business works on, is trust. Anyway, the individual you are looking for is a man named Gildus. Gildus Ori. He's an elf, like myself. More of the merchant class. You'll find him in the Emerald District. He is a man of means, though not true nobility. Most of the people around, as far as the upper echelons of the society, don't much like him, as while there is nothing about him that screams, hey, I'm a criminal, um, of course, people do suspect the origins of his riches to be uh, ones of ill-gotten gains. Still, uh, he is an individual who uses his wealth to traffic in items of high value, and indeed people on occasion, not in a property sort of way, but if you need to get in or out someplace like a country or a powerful institution, he helps facilitate that kind of transition. One could even. I have been told that some of his biggest clients are adventurers who attempt to leverage him to get high paid contracts that they would otherwise not be capable of obtaining through the traditional guild system. Sometimes it pays to have a shortcut. Anyway, as I said, the Emerald District. Here, let me write you some directions. As for an ingratiatory gift, he is a fan of artwork. Particularly artwork of a, shall we say, not safe for work variety. Um, I think it has to do with a power dynamic for him. So any kind of general weapon views of battle, the more gruesome, the better, or the anatomical form. Uh, the less clothed, the better. Um, would be of interest to him, and would be a great way to ingratiate yourself, at least to show him that you have done your homework and mean respect. And he kind of hands over a slip of paper with the directions.
Well, Amir, I appreciate the detailed answer. Again, I apologize for the abrupt appearance and in the future, what is the best means to book time with you should we require more information? I wouldn't want to just appear out of nowhere next time.
Yes, actually, that I suppose we've done enough business that that might be uh, actually something we could do. Um, in fact, the easiest way to schedule some time is, in fact, an establishment that you're already familiar with, the
Hmm.
Crimson King in the
Hmm.
Adventurers District. Um, I frequent there quite often, though sometimes through the back door. The proprietor there and I are old friends. I am an individual that helps him procure his liquor of the harder to obtain variety. So he, on occasion, acts as a bit of a go-between. So if you leave message or leave a word there, I will get the message usually within a day or two at the most.
Hmm. Of course. Well, should the need arise, we will reach out. I will reach out. But also know there are two other members of my traveling party, a dwarf by the name of Azal and a wizard by the name of Kalem. In the
Okay.
event that I'm not around, they may seek your assistance.
And which one is the Rojan that I met previously, briefly?
Hmm. Arthur, correct?
Yes.
Oh, he is no longer in our party.
Oh, apologies.
He
The
he
lives of adventurers.
he went away. But
Yes.
it's okay.
My
I
condolences.
thank you.
Well, well, um, it has been a pleasure doing business with you again. And yes, uh, anything else?
No, that will do it. I appreciate your time. And
Thank you for the brevity. You've left me with at least a few moments of peace and quiet before my next meeting.
mm. So I walk away and I want to venture back and hear what enthralling conversation Zal and Caleb are having with our new friend.
Yeah, by this point, the conversation has stretched to a religious conversation, and he's all, I don't know, what question are you asking?
By this point, I'm like, my back's facing him, and my shirt's halfway pulled up. It's like, and this is where I fell on the cliff, and that rock just gashed the shit out of my back. It looked like a lightning bolt, but it turns out it just got infected one time.
Yeah.
You should get that checked out.
That's not infected anymore. It's just weird scars.
Yeah. And Bazar goes, I understand. I use the cat of nine tails. Mostly because it does the most damage.
Good cliffside could really do a lot of damage too.
True,
Fair.
but the purpose is to take pain, not risk death.
Hey, what's the point of living if you're not risking a little?
So, do you still do that to yourself regularly, or have you reached the point of enough penance for life?
Well, how can one distill a lifetime of wrongdoing into an even shorter time of penitence?
Just say and stop an apocalypse, and it kind of takes care of it. That balances itself out real quick.
Wow.
Well, technically, at that point, he's not causing pain to himself, so it wouldn't be a penance for him.
If it's about balance, it's got to do enough good things to balance out the bad things.
Well, that's fine, but yes, I still observe my rituals daily. But by this point in my faith, I'm a lot better at healing my wounds.
Another question.
Explains the lack of infection.
At this point, do you really still feel pain? Or is your body just used to it? Or do you just keep ramping it up to worse and worse things?
It kind of depends. As part of the ritual, the pain is the point. So if my body is particularly resilient that day, uh, then I will typically go a little harder. Mostly it means that on occasion I have to sort of rotate where on my body I receive the punishment.
I can understand that. It has been an interesting conversation, that's
Red.
for sure. Thank you for being open and honest with us.
As I said to your friend over there, truth. There's no need for artifice. There's no need to delude ourselves and justify all of our ill actions as something better than what they are. If we can be honest with ourselves, then we can make decisions based on truth. And that's really all anyone could ever hope to do.
Understandable. Do you have any other scars that you wanted to show him?
Not really. Most of them require a lot more nudity in too public of a place and too sober.
Aye.
This is all Calum. I have information. Should we go back to our arrangements and speak of it, or we could talk along the way?
I guess we go back to our humble abode. And if
Yeah, we're
we
gonna head
feel
back.
like we're safe enough for talking, like, thanks for the conversation.
I'll finish my drink before we head out.
Yep, swill water. You're fairly certain they water it down.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Is yours chunky like mine?
Don't know. Drink it all in one gulp.
No. It's like a gritty part.
I guess that's true. This is probably not the worst beer you've had, Caleb. You're used to traveling on a budget.
Yep. So yeah, always the last quarter you just drink in one gulp.
So you don't drink that part. You pour that part out.
Anyway, so you guys return to the Ancient Stag.
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys return at this point, the sun is kind of low down on just cresting the horizon, and darkness is quick upon you. You watch a number of Link boys kind of navigating down the street, lighting lanterns to kind of provide some light for some of the walkways in the evening.
Any of them have a thick country hillbilly accent?
No.
Good.
You just hear in the distance, Cletus.
Don't say that, because I'll leave the party. I got unfinished business.
All right. As you guys enter the front, the proprietor, Selenway, kind of glances up from his writings and goes, "Oh, hello. There was a message left for you." And he kind of
Great.
flips through the book, pulls out a small kind of folded slip of parchment and hands it over. It appears to be a letter from Ronvald, letting you know that the shipping company that was put down for Folk and Joan's reference letter is Lockkind Shipping, and with the individual as Lord Edwin Quinton.
Lock what?
Lockkind. Like lock and kind as in kind words, but mushed together.
And who is the person?
Edwin Quinton. Lord Edwin Quinton.
Well, I've never heard of them before. Not surprising. You know, it's real handy if we had like Arthur around, who could know this. Caleb,
Yes.
how much words can you put into one of your messages?
25.
How many of those do you think you can get this information to Arthur? And do you think he could reply in enough message parts to where they
Problem
fit
is that I haven't. I don't believe I've explained the 25 words to Arthur.
Oh shit!
So
You might have to send like a pre-message saying, "This is the test."
You may reply to this message in 25 words or less.
Lockfold shipping. Do you know? Question mark.
Is the message text or is it verbal?
It's written.
Well,
It's like this guy.
The sending spell. is
Verbal.
like-
Oh,
it's
sorry,
verbal
sorry.
In their head. So
Yes.
So is
This
it something that
shit's in
Arthur
hell.
requires to read?
no,
no.
Good.
but it does mean that Arthur can go on a preamble of words without ever getting to the point, just by thinking it. It's like he got his name basically out and a bunch of other words.
Yeah.
So this message from Rumvolt, is that saying that these gentlemen came from Lockheed Shipping?
Yeah, if you recall from the conversation in chapter 51, Ronvald stated that he agreed to lease that apartment because they had a letter of recommendation saying that they were there for work on behalf of this company. So since they had proof that they were employed, that was used in order to guarantee the room. That
Like a
satisfied
cosigner.
their, yeah,
Mhm.
that's who they put down as a reference to get the lease. So he just went, and remember he had told you he was going to go back through his paperwork and then let you guys know what that information was.
Thank you.
So you can find out if this is a real person, a real company, who they're affiliated with. We'll go up to the room and discuss what we talked about, what you found out.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Selwyn.
Are you going to get its name wrong, or are you going to pronounce it
I
correctly?
can't remember what you said, and it's way up.
Selenwe
Selenwe.
or Selenwe.
Selenwe. I was very close for not looking
Yeah,
at
but
anything.
yeah, in your defense, I think that's only the second time I've said his name
It's up
If
high.
I try
because you
writing,
guys didn't really bother to ask.
if I try writing this down, just like hey,
He's
the word-
elvish. Don't bother.
Yeah, I know, because I'll find myself writing words down, letters down, and I'll go to like read it back, and I'll be like cellophane.
Yeah, I know. You've done that. I've seen the Discord. That's why you never remember anyone's name and you always get it wrong.
No, sometimes I'm legitimately not shit posting when I'm trying to get these right. So I guess did we successfully go upstairs?
We fell.
It's all one floor. Remember, the second floor
Oh
is
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Eric,
basically
you
just
know
Sunday.
that we assume every tavern we go into is 2 stores.
Yes,
He's correct,
I know.
though. This
I'm
one's
sitting there
one
saying,
story.
like, if I had enough money, I feel like I just need to. Anytime this stuff comes up, I just have to go ahead and put maps to everything everywhere, and then just link my notes. I feel like I just have to do that with you guys from now on.
We don't look at our own notes.
I gave you guys a Google Doc for you to keep track of this information, and you guys have put jack shit in it.
I
The
like
problem
how
is- the problem with like a general thing for notes for everybody is everybody takes notes differently, and
I know, but
compiling it into one.
between the three, or at the beginning, five of you, you guys should be able to get all the information in there.
I like it took like over a year for this reaction, and this reaction was based solely on the fact that we did not realize this was a single story establishment. Of all the things to call us out on, it's it's one
I'm
story.
just sitting there saying, because I've said it so many times. It's just like,
Oh,
which
I
I
know.
mean, I'm not gonna complain because I'm a shitty player too. So
Nah, we did it last campaign too. Every one we went into, we assumed was two story. There are a couple where distinctively
Yeah.
one story that he kept reminding us on, and we didn't.
yes, because typically a lot of my places are like, if they serve food and drink is downstairs, food is upstairs. That is generally how it goes, but that's not. It's just the same way. Not every city is built on an elven ruin. Not every tavern
It's
is
a
two
lie.
floors.
He's lying to us.
Well,
Every
if
city
it
is built
makes-
on the Elven Ruin. We just don't dig deep
If-
enough.
If it does make you feel better, I am trying my hardest to up my notes game this week, which is why I'm specifically writing down a lot and highlighting every proper noun so I have easy access. So
I'm
I'll
gonna
make
copy
sure,
paste my notes onto the Google Doc that I don't know where the link is.
Drunken Clam, I'm writing a note, single
it's pinned.
story.
Ancient stag.
The
Oh,
drunken
sorry.
clam.
My
Drunken clam.
Family Guy.
From Family
Is that really?
Guy.
Our guy. I go talk to that fat guy in the paraplegic.
I don't know why I said drunken Clam. I wrote it too.
Hey, Peter.
I know that's
It is just that. Yeah, I hate you guys. Why did I agree to do another campaign?
Fat guy, the pervert, the paraplegic, and their one Rojon friend.
I crossed it out.
Oh, good. Why'd you write it
The
down in
sad
the
part
first
is,
place?
in this situation, Volred is Quagmire,
Hey, giggity, giggity, giggity.
and
Peter.
Izal's probably Joe.
I
yeah.
can do the Peter Griffin voice. It's Joe. Kilmo, you can do this Kilmo.
I'll accept that.
I would say Caleb's most likely Cleveland.
Doesn't talk a lot.
Because let's be
no
honest,
charisma.
between all like, I would say underappreciated. Arthur, I would say definitely Peter. Anyway, not the
To
point.
the Hinden Arthur.
I'm now exclusively referring to every single tavern we're at as to the Drunken Clam.
To the drunken. You thought the one-story tavern was the problem.
Yeah, are we? I feel like by now we are in our room situation on the first floor of the Ancient Stag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to the basement.
Basement of the Alamo.
I want
The
to
draft
say
house.
I want to say out loud. I don't know if Arthur would be the best person to contact in this. Although it's possible, I don't really know. Where did he say that it was based off of?
What off of?
Because
The
his
nose?
reference is
the reference-
Lockman Shipping. Where did they say they were based from?
I never remembered. It was just a shipping company that seemed legitimate.
I guess I can ask him to see if he might know. To
Head
see
over to
if he
shipping
knows where they're
company.
based off of.
I guess you could message, like, Captain Silverleaf directly. I mean, you met him at least a few times?
Yeah?
Assuming he's not drunk off his ass.
Well, my problem with messaging him is actually he still thinks Arthur's with us. Well, he'll probably cooperate. But if it's just me, he probably wouldn't bother. So, what do you guys think?
Message either one.
Arthur or Silverleaf?
Well, if you message Arthur, you'll probably have to message him twice. One explaining what the message is. The second one, hopefully, to get information out of him. It could
Why
be the
not
same.
both?
Well, I do have an idea. Well, if we only need to message one person, then we only need to message one person. But I could definitely do it more than once.
I guess my
I could
thought
do it a
is-
total of 2 times.
How long in between? As in, if you can only do it twice, how long does it take for you to be able to do it again?
I can do it again tomorrow. After I rest, I'm able to do it a total of 3 times.
Why not trust Arthur?
I'm of the opinion of the same. Just looking at the note again, the company was Lockwind Shipping, and the actual reference
Kind.
Lockkind. Oh, that I misspelled. And it was led by Edwin Clinton, correct?
Yes, Lord Edwin Quentin.
Some of us have that in our notes, Eric.
I never know what you have and don't have.
You'd be shocked at what it looks like.
Yep, I provide you guys those notes, and you know what? In a half hour, you're not going to read it. You're going to ask me, hey, where was that place we were at beforehand? The one with the guy with the scars?
The
Yep.
Drunken Clam.
No, the Darling
two-story
Road.
building we were at.
I know, it was at the Darling Rogue, and, like, if you look down, you can see that the sea was literally, like, beneath. There was totally a bar fight going on. Yeah.
You just read part of the
Ew.
note where you put the sea was beneath, and there's no more note.
And you know what the thing is? I didn't even write that part down. That was all just up here.
That's what we
Anyways,
get in 2 weeks.
I'm gonna get ready to do the sending spell.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, Arthur, this is Caleb. We need information about a company called Lockkind Shipping, led by Edwin Quinton. You have 25 words or less to respond.
And then you just hear like, Caleb! Ooh, this is some crazy shit. I don't know who that is. Wait, are you guys still in town? Because you know I went and got you a boat.
All right. That was fruitless. He has no idea who that is.
But again, Arthur was just a lookout.
Can't wait for Ari to see your impression of him.
Yeah, wasn't my best, but
You know, Arthur's a little more kind of like a little fast. He'll kind of talk like this, and it's sort of like a chipmunk at times with a little bit of the pacing.
I
It is
know,
direct
but
to the point.
I want to avoid it. I want to avoid it looking like a caricature
Fair.
because Ari will hit me. Yeah, because Ari be like, "You didn't have to do that. You could have just been nice."
All right, so that was a no-go.
That's how I know for sure he isn't watching because I don't have my phone isn't being blown up with him yelling at me.
He just emerges from like your screen from behind. Like, oh shit, he's there.
Yeah, I should be careful. He's gonna be, my dungeon master in the DM campaign.
I need to clarify that. You just said he's going to be my dungeon master.
Well,
All right, Caleb, should we ask somebody else?
meanwhile, elsewhere, because I don't know why you putting all this stuff in my head, man. I don't appreciate it.
45 words or less did not apply.
I'm not speaking and counting at the same time. That is two things, sir.
All right. Do you want to try Captain Silverleaf?
Yeah, sure, give it a go.
All right. And now I'm literally copying and pasting the same exact phrase to Captain Silverleaf.
Okay. So. Okay.
Do you want me to just say it again?
Yep, say it again.
Okay. Captain Silverleaf, this is Caleb. Do you have any information about a company called Lockkind Shipping or Edwin Quinton? You have 25 words or less.
There's a bit of silence, and you hear, "What? I don't know any Caleb. Not familiar with a Lockkind Shipping, but there's an awful lot of ships on the sea, so they could exist. They could."
That's the bust as well.
Yeah. Little do they know, there are over 60 shipping guilds in Aidenheart alone. Lots of shipping companies.
All right, next step, we go to see if any of those companies are registered with the dock.
The harbor master?
Yep, that word.
Yeah, we can do that. What time of day is it? PM.
Dusk. Like sunsets in 5 minutes.
Awesome, because I don't want to go out with no third level spells.
All right, let's go.
I'm going to bed.
What?
As you can see, after those two casts, Caleb is feeling very mentally drained, and he's starting to droop into his cup.
You cast that grease thing like 1,000 times the other day, and you can't handle 2 little messages?
Different level spells take different tolls on the body.
You go on with me with those circles and shit. I don't care.
Starts to lay his head down. No. Stands up. And just like blanks out for a second.
Oh, he stood up too fast. You got an iron deficiency.
And then he's going to get up and then he's going to walk to the room. He's going to bed. Straight to bed.
I put my hand up to my head and I pointed and I was walking away. Caleb, I can do this like an infinite number of times.
So can I. But can yours span the ocean?
Yeah, they just never they never respond to me though. I don't know the max distance of this thing.
I think it's like 25 feet.
It's 100. You
Okay,
can't really
100.
go through buildings though. You can't go through like a thin sheet of lead at all. It blocks it completely.
Mine can go through planes.
Yeah, but those are made of like thin aluminum.
Really? Really?
It's trying to get you while you're drinking something. Alright. Hey, Volred, want to go investigate the shipping company at the Harbor Master?
Sure. I don't think we spoke about what I found out
Oh, shit, yeah.
at the Darling Rogue.
Caleb, wake up.
Did you walk up to the room? Wait, we're still in the room. I just went and laid down.
Yeah, I just walk over and slap the shit out of you. Damn.
Ow! What?
You go to sleep too quickly.
Yes, Caleb, we need to discuss what I found out at the Darling Rogue.
What? All right.
It's come to my attention that I think I might be a bad person.
Why do you think that?
That conversation with Bazad challenged some deep things about Kyosa. And I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, I guess I've felt this way at times before, but the upbringing, being told the ends to the means, we must sell these weapons. Am I just a dumb war peddler?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know. It's always good to do some self-reflection, that's for sure.
I'm constantly in a state of self-reflection, whether it's my own actions or my ambitions and goals. Let alone I've never had this deep of a tear in my heart about the origins of Kyosa. At this point, I don't even know if I should go back. I mean, I want to find out what has happened to me and why I was cursed. But what's the end goal? I don't think I've ever had an end goal. Everything is just handed to me, and I accept it.
Well, take it from me. You're not the byproduct of your parents' bad decisions, and you're not responsible for them.
If he wants to do something about it, that's another story.
If you don't like it, let's go topple the government. That's all kinds of things you can do. I'm all about screwing up someone else's plans.
Yes, if you really want to do something about it, or change something, I can help. I can help you with that.
Find out your secret, then set the whole thing on fire.
But that sounds like fun. I have plenty of time to consider this feeling further, but I guess by the time we reach Kyosa, we'll have a better self-reflection I guess for now, we should focus on stopping these assassins, huh?
Probably the most immediate thing.
Well, in that case, we need to visit a gentleman by the name of Gildas Ori. He is like a mirror, but a little bit more connected. I believe he will have the information that we need for these assassins. But, strange request, I was told that when we first meet him, we need to offer him artwork.
Fresh out of fine art.
In particularly, it's artwork of either bloodshed or fornication.
Interesting. I don't know of any sellers of art here, but I'm pretty sure they should have some.
Hmm.
Is there like a trades bazaar around? I'm sure some starving artist is there trying to peddle their wares.
Yeah.
From the sounds of it, it needs to be something with a flair, something that doesn't seem common. I'm worried that if we were to present him with something simplistic, he would scoff and not take our meeting. Perhaps we can create art of our own and deceive it as something from a distant land.
Now, art is subjective. So you're saying we should make up a fine piece of art? I don't really have that kind of artistic talent.
I'm curious.
Hmm?
What role would it be to create some form of art?
Well, normally you would require a painter's kit, which I believe is Dex based.
Charisma is for the performance of art.
Yeah, I have performance, but
Yeah, like a
I have a
musician.
different type of
Well, let's
performance.
see here.
Proficiency in the
I don't con-
tool is different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can calligraphy a nice note.
Yeah, painter supplies. Yeah. So if you have them, and then you
Must be
can.
intelligence.
Exactly.
I had, a f-
Specify.
I had a friend up north when I used to go to school. His name was Retzi Kriver. Just real skilled at doing all kinds of artwork for you. Let's go find a pornography store. Ooh, this one's mint condition.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily state what you would generally use, so it looks like a lot of people just kind of depend on what the purpose of the art is. If you're trying to create art that invokes a particular emotion in someone, charisma. If you're trying to do something that's more about technique, then maybe something like Dex or Int. So I guess it just kind of we wing it. but it looks like a lot of them will use decks, but that just kind of depends. But we can kind of wing it based on kind of what you decide to do with it.
Yeah. Do you want me to try and create a piece of art?
Sure.
That might be ideal.
I'm gonna go to sleep. If you guys go get me paint supplies tomorrow, I can try and work on something.
Okay.
Okay.
All
So
right.
you guys are gonna go try and find a place that sells painter supplies.
Or if we find art, we won't have to.
That is also true.
Caleb, don't get abducted while we're gone. And he's out.
So, are you guys just gonna do general looking, or are you gonna look for artwork first, and then maybe something else?
I guess if we're going to be shopping, we might as well at least attempt to see if there's something we don't have to make.
Makes sense. Go ahead and roll me investigation.
Eight.
8. You kind of look around. You can't necessarily find anything, but you can ask around a little bit. Most people just kind of either brush you off or say, it's late in the evening. Most places aren't even open.
The true destiny of art never rests. Inspiration can strike at any moment. They are closed though, so we should probably go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Well, that was a big strikeout. Want to go check the docks to see if that company is registered there?
Sure. We're out and about. Why not?
Alright. Keep a lookout for large bullfrogs.
Okay. So you're gonna go look for some art supplies?
If there's a store open that has them for sale.
Okay. Roll me another investigation.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'll let you do it this time.
Alright. I mean, I might roll better. Who knows? Investigation, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I got better! A 9.
A 9. You can't really. You don't find a spot. I mean, you see lots of places where you're like, I bet there's a place around here that we could buy one. But nothing you can see. You do find a spot that almost kind of looks like it might be like a gallery. But
shit,
you
close.
don't find an actual place.
If I look in the window, can I see if there's particular art that we're looking for, or is it like, what's my ability to be like?
The interior is really dark, so you won't be able to discern quality. But if you kind of put your eyes up to the glass a little bit and you use that elvish dark vision of yours, you do see what looks like some paintings You're not sure if they're the kind of work you're looking for. But the place you're at right now kind of looks like a studio. So there's looks like some that are perhaps in progress, some that are already done.
Azal, maybe we should come back here tomorrow.
Or do we see if the door's unlocked?
I feel like this would be a bad idea.
I mean, if it's unlocked, then really we should lock it and make sure no one's already inside. But if it is locked, we've done nothing but help them know that it's secure. You want to try? Let's see. Make sure all the doors are locked too, and windows, just to be sure.
Why not?
Oil painting needs good air circulation now, so it could really ruin the artistic feeling for it.
Okay. So you're going to go around checking all the doors and windows.
Yeah.
All right. Which one of you would like to make a perception check?
I've
Jace, what's your perception?
probably like a +2. Yours is
Plus
whatever
3.
the other check is. You're probably going to be better at than me, though.
Okay,
I'll do perception. I've got
Okay.
a good feeling about this one. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, you got it.
Got this, guys. No problem taken care of with my +3, so we actually have the same. A 6.
The doors appear locked. I mean, they're mostly glass and wood. You could break them if you want. They're super fragile, but definitely locked.
Eric, that would be a crime. We would never do that. How dare you assume such horrible things? Now rob a pimp. We'll do that in a heartbeat.
He deserved it.
This guy is flaunting all of his stuff. Appears it's completely sealed up tight. Is this a tall building?
It is 2 stories, though the second floor doesn't entirely cover the first. It looks like they have the second floor is a smaller section that looks like they have some kind of patio or veranda.
2-story in case there's emergencies. You might need like stairs or a ladder to get down, just in case. There wouldn't happen to be any of those on the side of the building, would there?
Nope, not that you see.
Let's see now. It's a fire hazard. We should really report them.
Well, it's all. It seems as though they conveniently locked their doors.
It's very good for them for security.
Mm.
But are these locks up to the snuff, though? They might be real cheap locks. Anyone could just come by and bump into them real hard, and they could fly open. We should probably test them.
What? Let's think before we do. I look around both ways. Is there anyone in our general vicinity?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Come on, Vorid, I believe in you.
Okay.
Yeah!
What is it?
An 8.
An 8. You do a quick look around, trying not to look as though you're casing the area, Yeah.
Just looking at my watch.
It's a sundial. It doesn't work in dark.
Pulling up a little bit of newspaper and just kind of looking over the top, Drop your keys on the ground. Oh,
This is a Mr. Bean skit.
As long as I can do the bend and snap.
man, and snap.
Snap.
Break his all's nose.
Yes.
No. You take a look around. You're not that far off the main strip, but this area of town appears to be relatively quiet this time,
The art
though
district.
it's only just after dark. So there are still people who are kind of walking around. None that see you, as far as you can tell.
Is all. I suggest we should walk away for now and talk through an actual plan. That way we're not standing around here looking like we're in for trouble.
Right, we should probably go talk to like the dockmaster about that company while we're out. you know,
Yes.
Let things settle down a bit.
Hmm.
'Cause
Is there a name of this location?
where we're at currently,
Yeah, is there a name on the building?
Arts and Rafts.
No, there's no name.
Okay. But it's 2 stories, though.
Yes.
Drunken Calamities.
I'm never going to live that one down.
We're by a shore. I can understand.
Question is, do you want to?
So I think we're going to walk away for now.
Mm-hmm. And then head to the dockmaster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Report some suspicious individuals by that art house.
Okay.
We should
So
have
you
convince
guys
them to let us check inside.
head towards the dockmaster, and we're gonna go ahead and take our break for now before you guys get it in your head to do something stupid that ends up creating an hour and a half long battle.
We were trying to
combat
do
session.
something stupid. We just weren't good at it.
Well, get good.
At least our first thought wasn't to, let's break this window.
Let's
Are you
see if we
sure?
can break
Because
into
it sounds
the
like it was
window.
your first
No,
your
we
first
were-
thought. You were just trying to talk yourself out of it.
Just gotta workshop it. There's 2 people here. Get 2 peas in a pause. We're masters of
Yeah,
stealth, by the way.
one of you is a professional,
the
and
other
the
one is
other of
boring.
you is a rogue.
Alright, break time. 15 minutes.
right.
See y'all. Welcome back
Heyo.
to the crimes that you used to see. How many crimes have we attempted since Gorbeck has left? At least four. At least four.
7.
Solid. Definitely.
Ooh.
Is that an actual count? Do you know that off the top of your head?
No.
Oh. Oh.
I just assume that
Made him
every
sad.
quest you guys take involves some form of crime.
You're not wrong.
We committed a crime after Gorbeck left almost immediately.
I thought, DM checked ESPN for that stat.
Fuck no. That's
the-
Jace's thing. Stats.
No, that's the Eric's Statistical Proclamation Network, ESPN.
Eric Saxon.
And
Patrick.
basically and when you say proclamation, you mean these stats are whatever I goddamn say it is.
Exactly. All knowing, all held DM.
I am God. One of these days, I'm gonna get one of those little modulation things that gives me God voice, and you guys will just be sitting here going, "What the hell was that?"
Oh, I have a button for that.
I am going to start flagulating myself to atone for the sins against God.
Look, dude, you
Eric
just got your
DM.
skin back, and you're all in your
I'm gonna fuck it up.
No, that's not Vora. That's me. For
Ah.
No kink
Yeah,
shaming
so
here.
Anyway, yeah, flagellant.
Flagellation.
Yes, that is correct. Anyway, so you guys were heading to the Harbor Master.
Yeah.
Okay. As you head to the Harbor Master, you head to the main Census Excise building, also where the lighthouse is kept. You guys basically have seen it in the distance, but didn't have to stop there. They came to you. But as you approach, the building is still open, though it appears to be running the late night skeleton crew.
Hello.
As you kind of make your way in, head just kind of pops up from around kind of a small stone wall. An elven figure with this kind of light brown hair, very tan skin, not quite Rojan tan, but definitely a wood elf. Kind of looks over. Sorry, I was in trance. And kind of comes back around. He goes, all right, well, you guys fresh off the boat?
No, we've been here for a while. We just want to know if we could have you check the records to see if there's a company that's docked or has dropped off anyone recently.
Well, those kind of records are not typically shared. But I guess they are technically public records, so you just make sure you guys the dick that's going to make me look through a whole bunch of books. So hopefully you can narrow this down a little bit.
The company is Lockkind Shipping.
Okay. Flips through. You know when they would have made port?
I don't recall how long the individuals have been here.
Okay. Can you at least tell me, is it within a month? Within 6 months?
4 to 8 weeks.
Okay.
That is all.
Probably.
Is that right? Yeah.
Okay.
2
all right.
months.
And so kind of flips through. Lot kind, you said, huh?
Yeah.
And you see him kind of flip through a whole bunch of pages to start at around 8 weeks, and then slowly starts flipping himself forward. Oh, lot kind. Oh, any particular ship, or are we just looking at purely by registration?
I guess by registration, we're just trying to make sure that they're a company that dropped off because they vouched for some individuals that are suspects. So we want to make sure that that's an actual company that did that, so we could possibly have them be responsible if anything happens.
He kind of looks you over. Suspects? Is this some kind of legal inquiry?
And not yet. Charges could be pressed, but we have to make sure we're gathering the information beforehand.
I see. So we're talking about someone who would have wronged you.
Well, not us, but we'll make sure that all.
And
the
he kind of
information
looks
beforehand.
over. Adventurous. All right. Well, fine.
We could help you look through the books. I mean, we're looking for a name.
Look, don't get me wrong. I'm willing to help in the sense that these are, I guess, public records, but they are still under my protection. So, sorry if this isn't. Obviously, you're not with the guard, so I'm willing to give you the information, but I can't let you look at take possession of the books.
Okay.
And he starts kind of flipping through piece by piece by piece. Okay. And takes about 15 minutes or so because he seems to just kind of be half-assed, kind of lollygagging. He's like, if he's gonna do this, he's not gonna put any kind of effort. He's gonna go at his pace.
His shift doesn't end earlier if he finds it, so.
It's like me at work.
Yeah.
It'll get done. Shut up.
Yeah, it'll get done. So he kind of flipping through. I guess. All right. Oh, here we go. Lot kind. Shipping. Yeah, it looks like we did have a ship come through. Looks like it was the Blackwater. Looks like that came through. Looks like originally out of Eladon, or not Eladon, Aidenheart. Using an Aidenheart flag. At Damasta is their port of call. According to the logs here, and he's just kind of looking through a ledger. Doesn't look like they really had much in the way of cargo. But yeah, I mean, people came in. Yeah, the Blackwater is the name of the ship.
All right. Well, at least we know it's a real company. Got a name of a ship they probably came in on. Should do for
Well,
some information.
I can't tell you for certain that it's a real company. I mean, it's just what they put on the logs. So they could have provided false information, but doing so would be illegal. So
Yep.
let's hope they were honest.
Well, thank you for help, and that's wouldn't want to disturb you any longer. Looks like you were
That's
quite
it. Just the name of the
busy.
ship.
And making sure that it was a real company.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, it was a real company. The excise worker who took it said it showed that they had a mark, a legitimate mark. So, as far as we can tell, it's from a real company.
I got nothing else.
Oh. I don't have anything either.
All right, that's it.
And you see him just kind of close the book. Adventurous. All right. Well, if that's it, have a good evening.
Put a silver
goes-
down on the table. Like, enjoy your trance.
He kind of looks at the silver, going, "Yeah, thanks for your time."
Move 1 silver. Alright, Volred, we confirmed one thing.
Yes.
I don't know what we're gonna do with it, but we got information. Sometimes that's all you can really ask for.
Yes.
We walk away a little farther. Want to wait a little later and break into an art gallery?
Yes.
Awesome. Let's see, where's the farthest place? We don't want to hang around the area.
I feel as though we might want to use the head of disguise. That way, should we be caught in an attempt to flee, they won't know what we look like.
Right. That kind of only doesn't it only work for like you though.
I believe it works for whoever has it.
Huh.
So, depending on whether you or I go in, I guess the question is this a one man or woman job, or is there another means to cloak the other?
Let's see. I'm looking through all my stuff. Anything I can do to help? I've got a bullseye lantern that will help with like some of the projecting some of the light. That we're not making like a torch. I know we had dark vision will help, but if we're looking for the art, we really need to understand the color that's coming with it. I'll be honest with you, I'm probably not the most nimble of person to go hopping in there. I could be a pretty good lookout. I can message, I could do that, my whole little phone thingy, but I can talk to you as long as you're relatively close. So I can maintain contact with you.
Why not? You be the lookout. I'd be the intruder.
Alright. Let's see, what do I have that will help me? Ooh, cool. Alright, I've got an escape plan if I need it. So let's go out, let's wander around, look at the nightlife for a bit, kill some hours, and then meander our way back to the art gallery. See what happens.
Yes.
Eric's shaking his head.
Yeah. Just no big deal, just adventurers, right?
It would be really bad if we forgot to leave the port master's thing. We had that conversation right in front of him.
No, I assume you guys
Oh,
are
yeah.
not
I
that
said-
brazen.
I said we left. I was like, then we have to kill him.
What?
Yeah, we're trying to save people.
Yeah. Duh.
Alright, let's
Okay.
we'll kill a few hours. Do that for
Kill a
couple-
few hours. So you guys are gonna wait till the wee hours of the morning.
Nah, not that. Like, we're talking. We gotta go to like a bar every once in a while. Bar hop a little bit. Not get drunk. Have a few drinks. Kill the time, and then slip back.
Okie dokie. So, you bar hop a little bit, and then in the wee hours of the morning, some of the patrons of the bar you guys are currently frequenting, small kind of less of a bar, and you find like a small kind of craft winery that has an open tap room with tasting in the area.
Oh shit! Hell yeah!
and they're just most of the people here are obviously elves, and so like they kind of regard Volred basically, and then it's like okay, he's all
I speak
at least
my finest Elvish, which some of them aren't. Like some of the level of elegance isn't there, but I speak some Elvish. So.
yes, very
And I
clearly not your first
apologize
language.
for my lack of what was the word for it? Polish in the language.
All right. Well, easy enough. Once they kind of get the sense, it's like, okay, you're one of those dwarves, like the heavy. It's like, sometimes you get those crazy dwarves that just want to swing an axe at everything. It's like,
Oh, you.
but they seem to relax a little bit as time goes by, and you've yet to make any trouble.
Oh, do you look at the time? We should probably head out. Don't want to stay out too late. We got things to do tomorrow.
Yes.
Hope you all have a lovely morning. Only a few more days till the first seed. Let's enjoy the last few bits of winter. Make our way out.
Okay. You make your way out. At this point, the evening is dim. Much of the lanterns in this section of town are not lit by fire, but rather crystal that glows with a similar light. Just kind of this constant, kind of fluorescent, almost illumination that diffuses into the area, and you can see like gnats and bugs kind of gathering around it as they do. The streets here are near desolate. Just on an occasion, you can see a like pair of guards kind of walking the street. But the place appears to be averagely patrolled. This entire neighborhood may only have those two guards, so they'll, as you figure, they'll just kind of do their patrol. So it may be, 15, 20 minutes before they make their way back around here again.
So, make our way to the... I hand off my bullseye lantern as we get closer to Volred. That way he can focus light in certain directions and not to worry too much.
Okay.
And I will put on the hat of disguise and turn myself into a old elvish woman.
Okay. You gonna duck out of the street before you do that?
I'll find a dark corner.
Okay. Easy enough.
Walking an old lady back to her room now.
Yep. So you kind of duck out, turn yourself into an old lady. As far as you can tell, no one seems to notice. You hear the clapping of hooves and kind of around you as this kind of small kind of carriage kind of rolls up the side. A human gentleman, kind of relatively young, wearing just kind of a basic waistcoat, kind of glances over. Pardon me, ma'ams, will you be requiring a ride anywhere this evening?
No, it's good to get the blood flowing. We'll just enjoy the brisk air this evening.
Okay. All right. Blessed evening. And you see him kind of clap, and then like the large kind of Adak type creature kind of starts moving forward, and the coach goes on. And you are again alone on the street.
Throughout the city, Eric, are there like waterways that are kind of built into it that kind of lead somewhat into the city and then lead out to the ocean?
Yes, several. There's actually a massive. You've known like in kind of the northeastern area, there's a massive waterfall that comes off of the actual valley, and it kind of hits in a pool right there at the gate inward, and then it radiates out in canals out into the bay.
Just
Cool.
making sure, because I'm pretty sure there was water stuff that was mentioned a long time ago, and make sure I have an
Mhm.
idea layout of the area we're going to.
Yeah.
We'll walk our way out to where the art little workshop was at. If
'Kay.
we think we can get there without taking the main road, I think we'd probably ditch the main road at some point, take an alley or two.
Okay. Well, you're able to get most of the way there for the main road. No one really accosts you. Um, a couple times, like once or twice, like the guards kind of lap you on their patrol. They just kind of give you a look, but don't stop you or anything. They just keep going.
Just kind of holding the old lady Volred's arm.
Yep.
How
before long-
frequent are those rounds these guards are making? Just like
In the roughly 45 minutes it takes you to get back to the artist place, moving at your slower, more
elderly
non-hurry,
pace.
elderly pace, twice, and they just kind of pass you like 5 minutes or so before you reach the artist zone. And there, it's a small building, as you recall, maybe 40 feet in width on the front, and then maybe another 35, 40 feet in depth. So relatively small. And like I said, it kind of only part of the second floor is an actual floor. The rest of it appears to be some kind of
Patio.
terrace or patio that overlooks part of the side alley, but mostly on the front.
All right, Volred, you probably have about 20 minutes to get in and out.
Okay.
Is there a, while we were walking around, was there a front and back door, or is it just a front door?
There is a front door, and you've noticed no back door. Though there is a single window in the back, and then one on the side street, and then the front section are like a large wall of windows, basically, which is what you guys kind of look in to see the actual gallery.
You want to try for the front door or one of the side windows?
Side window.
All right. Side window should be next to like a building as well, right? Like
It's a narrow alley, kind of nice. The building adjacent
How-
has like these vines that go up it.
how narrow?
Barely maybe 6, 7 feet.
Okay. I'll kind of get prone up against the wall, and I will use my shitty minor illusion to make it, this section of the area just kind of look like it's just the regular alley. So it looks like, if you look at like the Raiders of the Lost Ark or something, where it's the illusion where the bridge doesn't appear to be there because it's just a well painted stone. So someone stares at my illusions long enough, yeah, they're gonna see that's fucking not there because it's shitty. But passing glance,
Yeah.
it should look somewhat like a narrow, empty alleyway.
Okay.
And I'm going to, once that is set, approach the side window and attempt to open it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a dexterity check with proficiency.
Okay.
Because we already know every window is locked.
15.
15. Okay. It takes a little bit of time. These aren't really locked so much as latched from the inside. So you have to take out like a little bit of a shim to just kind of raise the door frame up just a hair, so that way you can get a piece of stiff wire kind of inside and kind of reach over and twist to kind of slowly undo the lock. But you hear click as the lock clicks over. And then you kind of pull out your little piece of wire and your shim kind of get your fingernails in there and pull up, and the window it seems to be in proper working order, like it doesn't get stuck or anything. The window just kind of slowly slides up.
Okay. As I peer inside, assuming I can, see in, is there any sort of anything I notice that appears to be like, oh shit, I shouldn't go in here?
Kind of a quick glance. So just kind of you have a little bit of a road map here. From what you can tell on the front and looking here on the side, this room is largely made of two sections. This northwest fourth quadrant, the quadrant here is a storage room, and the remaining three quadrants in an L make up like just an open concept area where the actual gallery takes place. So this is a back storage room where it looks like some painting work is being done. You see a couple canvases that are kind of mid-work. It also looks like this is where they store some of their painting supplies. And here you also see what looks like a small kind of kitchenette with a large wash basin, and looks like shelving that contains cutlery, bowls. It looks like some jars of preserved vegetables and fruits, various food staples, basic stuff necessary that one might need to cook some basic meals. You also see it's more of a ladder than a staircase, but like a ladder that's kind of leaned over at an angle with actual treads instead of just rungs that leads up through a trapdoor into the second floor.
Okay. Well, I would like to quietly climb in, and because again, I'm in the storage kitchenette area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I'm looking at the quadrant, is the window I'm coming in on the north or the west?
It would be the west.
Okay.
Yeah, so it gets a wonderful view of the wall of the building next to it.
Perfect. So
It's good
I
for
would go
lighting.
in.
Yeah.
Gotta have good lighting.
Well, it's a nice and private.
So I would like to go in and look around to see if I could find anything in this storage room specifically.
Yeah. So this one is kind of a more narrow window that sits up a little higher off the wall, but you're able to kind of get in. Immediately underneath the window sits kind of this large drafting table, for artists that's on a bit of a 45. And you have to kind of climb down gently as the artist here appears to have a whole bunch of explorations and mock-ups and permutations of a sketch, perhaps planning out their next work. But you're able to kind of, using that little bit of elvish dexterity, kind of reach over, put a foot down on the chair, and kind of squeeze down. The chair squeaks slightly as you put weight on it, and you're eventually able to kind of set your feet down in the storage area. Quick look around. The place appears to be a bit disorganized and cluttered, like a normal artist crash pad. You also can kind of look around. There are occasionally like bowls and cups, some of like with half-eaten food and half-drink tea. You can assume just kind of dotted around. So this appears to be the kind of person that will go and fix some food and then go and sit down and work and then barely touch their food or drink, and then it just kind of sits there.
A drink from the paint cup.
Yeah,
The forbidden water.
Yeah, on accident or something.
Do I see any paintings, like any racks of completed artwork in this area, or anything that is
A straight up
available
phallus.
for me to peruse?
Yes, there are a couple paintings that appear to be in process. One that you can tell appears done. They're just waiting for the paint to dry, and it being oil paint will take a number of days to do so. And then a second painting that is probably like 15% done. It looks as though they've got some kind of the basic splotchy colors and in the process of adding additional layers to kind of feather in more detail. Um, but so there's that. Looks like most of this, the one that's currently drying appears to be a portrait, perhaps of an elven noble lady or merchant, someone with some form of money that has requested a portrait. The other one, it's still kind of in its impressionist type phase and that is lacking a lot of detail, but it appears to be some sort of landscape. You do see some other racks of some paintings of various sizes that you can kind of flip through. Some of them appear to be places in the island, on the island, both in the city, lots of stuff on the city. Uh, um, portraits of different people. You also see what looks like what might be pictures of the interior of the island, massive forests or creatures that you don't recognize. None so much to like say, oh, hey, like this is probably super secret stuff that shouldn't be there, but it's definitely a taste of the alien world that might exist beyond the walls of the valley. Um, and that's what's at least in the storage room. From what you saw, there's a number of other paintings that are in display in the gallery.
About how long has he been in there?
At this point, 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. I would like to find my way to the gallery.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
How's it going there, Rap?
5. And that's with my +4.
Wow.
We have sucked at this so much.
Yep.
But it doesn't stop us.
So you're flipping through and you're like, okay, none of this is what I want. So you go to step towards the gallery and accidentally run right into an easel that's been set up with no canvas on it. So you smack it and it jiggles a little bit and you have to like hold it in place. And he's all like in the alley. Oh my god. But he's all.
Alright, how's it going in there? This is all mental, by the way.
Not good. I just made noise.
So was that what that noise was? Have you found anything?
No.
Don't want to leave empty-handed. Maybe get some painting supplies or something. Hold on. I think I see something.
Yes, you glance up, Izal. In the second floor, you start to see a light kindle. And a couple moments later, Volred, you can hear the faint sounds of footsteps.
2319. 2319. Get out of there.
Okay. So where am I currently?
You are currently standing at the threshold between the storeroom / workspace and the gallery.
Okay, so quick reaction. Do I, within like a second or two, do I see any hiding areas?
Quick reaction. Go ahead and roll me perception.
Okay. 14.
14. You're looking around really quickly. This place is designed mostly to showcase the art. Not really much you can do to hide here.
Okay, so I'm going to... How far away is the window from me?
From where you're at now, 10 feet.
Okay. What What I would like to do is immediate burst of speed towards the window and jump forward, like handstand flip out the window.
Okay, go ahead and roll me an acrobatics. I have a feeling this is not gonna go well.
22.
22. 22.
Well, if you're gonna get it, I suppose.
Yes, and so Izal, you're kind of looking around. You hear a slight kind of squeak as you look over, and deftly a shape just darts out of the window. Volred is kind of goes, lands on his hands, is kind of standing on his hands, and then in the very narrow alleyway comes back around with his feet touching the ground and stands up.
I kind of get up quickly and like grab the window and close it.
Quickly close it.
Just not slam, but grab it and put that. I'm not gonna lock it. Or it's like, so
Okay.
it's not like an
So,
obvious open
close
ass
it down.
window.
And as you're kind of looking in, you see light enter kind of into the workspace as the trap door opens up, and you see a figure not climb down the ladder, just drop through the opening. And with your dark vision, you can faintly see what looks like a bow in hand.
Ooh. That dude is armed.
We should leave.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go out the front like nothing happened. Just stay lower than the window, crouch our way out to the front, and once we get to the front, just kind of stand up and walk.
Okay.
Back to the tavern.
Okay.
That was mostly successful.
Your heart's kind of pacing, like right just as you're going to turn the corner. You hear like the bell on the front door, kind of behind you, and you're just kind of hoping you weren't spotted. But after a few minutes, no one appears to be following you. And when you arrive back at the tavern, it's actually closed.
Fuck. It's like almost the morning time.
Yep. And at this point, the two guards from earlier just kind of walking past, and as they kind of like see you and the elderly elvish woman, they're just kind of looking at you confused, and they kind of look at each other, and then they start walking towards you.
Oh. Hi.
The guards kind of approach. Pardon me, ma'am. And she kind of looks over to the elderly elvish lady. Are you quite all right? You seem to be lost, or... And then kind of looking around. Or perhaps just traveling aimlessly? What are you doing out here past curfew?
Well, I'm used to. I haven't been out of the place past the. Okay.
I got this. Young man. Hi, what is your name?
Oh no.
First off, at first, the guard is just kind of taken aback by the directness of the question. Celestin.
Celestin. Hi, my name is Irma. I appreciate you checking up on us today. I've had quite a fun evening and I'm ready to relax. We have reached our destination. I thank you for checking up on me.
Go ahead and roll me a performance check.
16.
Hey.
16. Let's see. That's actually a really good question.
But you get advantage because of the hat of disguise.
He might have, except for the fact the hat of disguise does not mask his voice. So right now he is trying his very best to do a very feminine woman elfin voice.
I thought it was because he was being a Karen. What is your name?
No. It's because he's
He's a supervisor.
expecting an elderly dwarf or an elderly elf, and we're just trying to, see how that's all going to match up. I'm sorry, what did you roll?
16.
16. The guard stares at you long and hard, and then kind of looks over at Izal. Right. Well, the city is normally safe. We are beyond curfew. And he kind of looks over to Izal.
I didn't know we had a
Seeing
curfew.
as- Yes. And he kind of looks over to Izal. I guess, since you are not native to these lands, you might not know. So take this as a warning. I intend to keep an eye out for you, so I recommend the next time my compatriot and I make our way through here, we don't see you again this evening. And he's
Okay.
kind of glancing at the closed tavern behind you.
It's the first time. I've never been outside of the tavern when it closed. I always been inside.
Hmm.
1 second. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I can't do things that.
Where are you staying this evening?
The ancient stag.
No, that's in a completely different part of town.
That's the tavern we were heading back to.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but before you guys were even heading to there, the guards around the art shop,
Oh.
they saw you earlier walking, and then now you're like a whole bunch of space behind, and they're like, "The fuck? What are they still doing here?"
Oh, I thought we had made it back to the tavern and stopped at the tavern.
No, no, no.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
on your way
that's-
back. Sorry if I didn't clarify that.
Okay.
You guys got stopped
Different
leaving
story,
the arts district. As the
Gotcha.
guards are wondering what the hell you're still doing here.
I didn't know that there was a curfew. If there was, I probably would have played this better. But I just like going out.
Neither
for
of
long
you did.
walks. Going out for walks. No. I didn't realize there was a curfew. We would have been back at our tavern by now. We're at the Ancient Stag. Been there for a while.
And the guard just kind of looks a long way from your lodgings.
I know I'm typically asleep by now too. We went to this one tavern. It was an elvish one. They had like a wine tasting thing. And I don't get to hang around with elves that much. So then we went for a walk.
All right. Well, I suppose as outsiders you don't have a whole lot of choices with your accommodations, so just get back to your inn, please.
Okay, thank you. Come on, Arma.
Fine. Thank you, Celestin.
And the guard just continues to look at you a little odd. Yeah, as if he's based on Volred, your passive insight's pretty good. You look back you can tell this guy's he's like there's something not right about this necessarily, but he can't put his finger on it. And you feel like he's like, well, okay, better not turn it into a whole thing. But you can tell he's definitely burned the two of you into his mind. And he is going to be looking out for
3
you.
days later, what about the old lady you were with? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was drunk.
Okay.
I went to the Crimson, whatever the place
King.
was, Crimson King, and I lost like 3 days of my life. Who knows what happened? We crime-breakingly make our way back to the ancient stag.
Okay. At this point, really late. You guys are kind of brought in. Selenway is kind of looking at you guys. He's in his nightwear. He's kind of opening the door, allowing you guys in. What? You are aware there is a curfew, yes?
No, I wasn't. Like, that should be posted somewhere, like on the corners, all the buildings. Like,
Fair enough point. I'll endeavor to have a sign or a pamphlet available to outsiders. It's normally not a big deal if you stay in the harbor, but
we went to the art district. Oops.
all right. Well, come on in.
This is Irma. We had a wine tasting tonight.
Kind of looks at Irma and then looks at you.
She's real drunk right now. I'm looking after her.
Well, it is fine. I don't need to know. And please enjoy your evening.
This looks really weird.
And she goes and closes the door. Closes it and locks it.
Come on, up the stairs. Don't
And then-
break your hip.
Smart
There's no
story.
stairs.
What did you say?
I said
no
it's one
stairs.
story. You bastard!
Well, we just made our way back to the drunken
I
clam.
told you!
I get to the top of the staircase that doesn't exist, and it is all
Rocks
just
fall,
pushes
everyone
me
No,
down
dies.
the
no.
stairs.
I cast minor illusion, make a 5-foot stairs look in front of us, and we just walk through it down the hallway. Like,
Yeah, okay.
Stairs.
Stairs.
Go to our room. Hey Irma, how about you sleep in this room by yourself? Open Volfred's room.
Okay.
So went back there.
Okay.
Go. Shoot. And I go to my room with Caleb in there. He better be asleep after all that bitching he did earlier.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was a successful evening. I don't know. That was a successful B&E, I will say. Stealing something or not.
Yeah.
Sometimes the greatest crime is the one you didn't commit.
Okay.
I don't think that's true.
Shut up, Caleb. My dwarven characters, masters of the B&E.
I'm just glad I didn't die. Again.
Some hoity-toity elven artist comes down there with a +3 enchanted oath bow slayer or something and fucking kills you. Oh god.
He like 360 no scopes me.
He dropped down from the ceiling like a fucking ninja.
Right. I mean, it might be a good thing we didn't steal that.
This goes to show you never fuck with art majors.
Okay. Anything else?
I go to sleep. It's been a night. Well, now it's been a morning.
I do my trance boy.
Yep. By that point, Volred, your trance is complete. Calum is rested and recovered his spells. Izal is still like 4 or 5 hours into a long rest. So you guys have the option of waking her up and getting to it, or letting her sleep in a little bit.
Wake up at the
I'm gonna
crack
let her
of
sleep.
noon.
I'm gonna let her sleep, and then I'm gonna go talk to Volred, since I know
Okay.
he's probably awake at this time.
Oh, he's always awake. He doesn't sleep.
Tactically, but he does meditate, which is in a sleep-like state.
Except he remains entirely cognizant of his surroundings.
Yes.
That's why Volard.
Anyways,
It's like being lost in thought.
Anyways, we go knock on his door.
Yes.
Can I come in?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna open the door. Hey, did you guys ever go get those art supplies I asked for?
No. There wasn't an establishment open by the time we made it. They were closed.
Oh, okay. Well, did y'all have a place in mind to go check today to go get some art supplies?
Sure. Sure. Yeah, the art district. Yeah.
Did you want to wait for Izal, or did you want to go ahead and go?
No, let's. You and I could go. It might be best that Azal does not go to the art district today.
Oh,
I've been banned from another area. Damn it.
why do you say that?
It's like you didn't even get into Tai Belsay, and you're still fucking it up.
I'm a nice person.
Oh, you know Azal. She just sometimes gets excited, and I feel like this task is, something for some level-headed, just sheer, straight to the point, just get it done.
All right, you can handle that. We'll lead the way.
Of course. So, we're gonna go to the art district.
Okay.
That's
Any
boring.
place in particular?
Not the gallery that we, or maybe. Any store that looks like they have art supplies.
Okay. So you return to one of the places you looked at yesterday that was closed, and find it at this point open. It appears to be it's a very small, kind of like bodega size stuff, and they really tend to sell just artistic supplies. Most of the stuff you see is in kind of glass cases, and there's like swaths of like different colors. So like they'll show sections of paint, so that way you can see the dried colors. And there's a couple pieces of artwork on the wall that look like they would have been done by local artists, maybe. Most of the inventory appears to be in the back behind a desk. But you walk in, and the place seems empty at the moment. But in the back, you can see an elven figure, a wood elf, similar tan skin, hair done up in kind of a bun, seeming to package up what looks like raw clay. As you guys kind of walk through, and the bell, ding, 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 she just kind of looks over, goes, "Hi, welcome. One moment." And she slides that stuff aside, and then kind of moves over to a water pump, and starts pumping some water, and then washing her hands, and then kind of drying them off. She comes up to the front. "Hi." Kind of looks over. "What can I do for you?"
I was trying to see if you have a decent basic set of art supplies. That way I can try and get started painting.
You're new to the discipline, then?
I've done it before, but I don't have any of my supplies here. And I'd like to get into it again while I have some downtime.
Well, that's fine. So I take it you travel a lot then?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, easy enough. So you'll be needing small canvases. Are you thinking something like a fast drying paint?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I suppose I could mix something in with a binder and do something custom, since the oils will probably take a little bit of time to really run. But
Yeah.
that's fine. I can do that. So I can do a simple set for you. Uh, you looking to just keep it basic?
Um. Yes, but what other extra stuff do you have that might make things interesting?
Interesting how?
Well, I'm just trying to get back into the swing of things, but I also want try and make something original. Um, anything you might add to add some flair to it?
Uh, when you say original, or I mean, are you
I'm trying
talking
to do
about
an art piece
something?
for somebody, and I'm trying to impress them.
Well, a lot of times that comes down to skill. Or are you talking about some equipment to help you get experimental?
Experimental.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I can probably add in a few extra things. Uh, all right. Uh, yeah, that's fine. I can put it from you. It'll probably take me a little time to put the kit together since some of it's a bit custom.
All right.
Um, so
About
if
how long?
that's a uh, probably take me a couple hours.
Yeah, that'll
Um,
be fine.
yes, and cost would run you 12 gold.
All right. I'll slide over 13.
Okay.
A little
She
extra for
takes
your
it.
troubles.
All right. And she goes and sets it down and pulls out a slip of paper, starts writing some stuff down. And your name?
Caleb.
Kaylin. All right. I am Lithienne, by the way. And she kind of writes some basic information down, rips the paper in half and hands you one side.
Thank you very much. We'll be back in a few hours.
All right. So what are you guys going to do now?
I'm going to go back to my room and chill for a little bit and then come back later.
Okay. Okay, so you return. You guys march all the way back there. And don't have really stay that long before you guys get there, have some breakfast, and make your way back. Lithian has the art kit over. It's in kind of a thick oak box with some leather banding, and she kind of opens it up and shows you the pieces of art. It's got a pretty nice array of colors, but as general, like you're gonna have to mix a lot of stuff yourself.
Yeah.
She tells you that while this stuff does dry a lot faster than oil paint, it still needs a few hours to properly cure. But that also means the work time on it is really fast. So you're not going to be able. So if you're familiar with oil paints, you're not going to be able to do as much feathering and repair work if you mess up. It's kind of an unforgiving paint.
Yeah.
Give me them cookies. So, all right. So with art supplies in hand and 15 or 13 gold lighter, you have your art supplies.
I might want to actually remove the gold from my inventory. So give me a second.
Nah.
Okay, Volred plus Calum. What would you guys like to do next?
I'm done doing my runs. I'm going back to the room and I'm going to start fiddling around and seeing what I can make of these paints.
Okay. Thoughts, Volred? Anything to add?
Nope.
Okay. As you guys are making your way back towards the Ancient Stag, you do pass that building, the art gallery, and you see a lithe elven woman having a conversation with a couple of the local guards. From what you can overhear regarding a break-in this past evening.
Hmm.
Oh dear. Whatever could have happened?
Oh, I figured that we don't linger and just walk on. No need to bring attention to ourselves.
Yeah. But just something, as you recognize the spot, you kind of move on. But you just make a note of that.
Wonder what happened.
Big cities, man.
Crime
Shit
has-
like that happens all the time.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. By the time you guys return, Izal has begrudgingly made herself fit for duty. Sleep was a little rough there over the last couple hours because you're not used to sleeping in this late. And as a dwarf, you're used to not actually having sunlight in general, but
Ooh. Eating some food, I'm guessing. See Volred and the gang come in. Hey, Volred.
Yes.
How'd your trip go this morning?
It went well. We found painting supplies.
Cool.
What have you been up to?
I just woke up like half an hour ago.
I look around and I assume Calum at this point had just kind of, just gone directly to the room.
the room. Oh, is Izal currently having breakfast?
Probably, yeah. Or
Okay,
brunch.
then yes. Calum kind of departs back to the room to survey his new toys in more detail.
So I look around to see if there's anyone in the general area who could overhear our conversation.
What are you looking at?
No, at this point in time, Izal's like a little late
Yeah.
to breakfast, so most of what she gets is just kind of whatever food other people didn't want to eat. So most of the good pieces of meat are gone. There really isn't much in the way of bread. Plenty of vegetables.
So you're saying we're alone?
Yes.
Hey, that's all.
Yo.
When we were in the art district, I passed by the place. It appears the authorities have been contacted about interesting events potentially last night.
Mm.
So it might be a good idea.
For Irma to fall down a flight of stairs and
I
die.
know. Yeah, she gets pushed down some stairs. It's like, Irma Gerd. No.
Last name was Guard. Gaurd.
Thank God you
Irma
never
Gerd.
said that, because that would have outed you as not a real elf right out of the gate. It's like, you're an elf, yes, and your name is
Irma-
Benjamin.
Irma Gerd.
Yes. Okay, who are you really?
Her name is Kevin.
But yeah, it might be a good idea to keep yourself out of that area.
Well, I'll just put it on the list of places I shouldn't go. This place is sucking more and more each day.
Well, it should be quite easy for you.
So, stay out of there or for sucking? That was fun last night, though.
It was.
Best part is, no one got hurt.
I did consider shooting that person with my bow.
Ooh, oh. Glad you didn't. Cooler heads prevailed.
That's true. They got lucky.
Ah, I saw her drop down from that ceiling part, though. Like, she was prepared. Oh well.
Cool.
At least we know that we can get into a building, kinda. That was fun.
It would appear that my stealth skills are inadequate.
I think all the setup was good, though.
Maybe next time.
What's Caleb gonna paint?
We should ask him. We
Alright.
should have a discussion and determine the best painting for our suitor.
Let's go to that room that is definitely on the same floor.
Yep, you go down a hallway. Da-da-da-da.
I was
Okay.
thinking more of the Benny Hill music.
That's when you go through multiple doors. Where the hell are we? Scooby Doo all over again.
Okay.
Caleb!
Ah, shit. What?
What you painting?
Not sure yet.
Do you need
Come
a
on in.
muse?
So, Red, you said he likes painting of war or lewd content, correct?
Yes. Gildist tends to favor the bold, according to Amir. We need something striking, something that says an original, something that, upon first view, you gasp at.
Cock and awe, baby.
You can do something of that nature, correct, Caleb?
What about both?
Shock, awe, sexy, and war?
That would be bold, but I don't know.
Look-
It's sometimes boring when an artist tries too hard. They come at you with something, oh, this is new. You're going to love this. This is everything. And when you give everything, it's sometimes nothing.
Yeah.
Sounds like Caleb's offering to paint snuff art.
Um,
What?
Hey, that's what I'm saying.
That's not tasteful. It is shocking.
Well, he didn't say it had to be tasteful.
Oh, yeah, I said tasteful. A good tasteful nude.
It can be
A
untasteful.
little etchy, a little raw.
Um,
Just send it over
What
to
do you-
Brit Mix Studios. I'm sure she'll mock it up
No.
um,
for you. In the middle of commissioning like a character drawing, it's like, fuck that.
let's work on this.
Yeah, she's just sitting there watching the stream, working on something, and then it pop up, and she just
Well,
reads it and goes, "Oh my!"
She just commented too. So,
Oh well.
some part.
All right,
Please do not break our artist.
So, the goddess we met. What about her in the midst of a battle scene?
How good can you paint?
We're about to find out.
'Cause I might want to buy that myself. Let's go in with me.
We need to be careful because with a goddess, such person of power, someone that you don't know who views it will look up to, you don't want to misrepresent someone so specific. What I'm saying is there's a high degree of risk, but the reward, if you hit this correct, it would be a one-of-a-kind piece. But if there's any sort of error, it could be looked at as offensive to the god.
And if you need any type of inspiration, she smelled of pine and honey. So if you could incorporate that in some way to the art, if you use that for inspiration, that's fine.
I'm getting excited seeing fine art again. It's been forever since I've been in my gallery.
The one in the treehouse or the west wing of the mansion?
It's actually a building that my maze goes into.
So no one's seen it. We're out of witty banter. Kate, Kilmon, we can't hear you.
Oh, after that, Caitlin's gonna get everything set up, and that's what he's going to paint. But before he does that, he's going to cast Borrowed Knowledge to gain proficiency in art supplies,
Painter's kit.
Banner's kit, whatever. And that is going to give me an hour of proficiency. If I need to cast it again, I will, but
Okay.
The brush start getting less defined, so you have to cast it again. It's like running out of paint on a brush. Running out of ink, guys.
and I don't know if this is possible, so yes. Prestidigitation, you can actually create smells. Is there a way to incorporate that into my painting to try and create a smell that'll waft off the painting?
That's an interesting question.
Or is that something I'm going to have to do when I hand it to him?
I don't know how long that part of the spell would work.
Yeah, I don't
It lasts for an
know.
hour, but I don't know if there's a way that I can actually make it permanent in such a way.
Yeah, I mean, it says you create an instantaneous, harmless sensory effect. So it would be instantaneous and would fade
Yes.
almost as soon as it's there.
Doesn't also say that, oh, it's instantaneous, so I can't actually.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay, then never mind.
So the horse playing a saxophone.
Oh, Lord.
Good. Out of all the pictures we posted before, that's the most tasteful.
Um, but yes, I'm going to try and go for the feeling of awe whenever he looks at the painting.
Okay. Well, let's do it this way.
Can I use minor illusion to create images of her the way I imagined her, just changing them up in poses like, they're really just for me. It's at one point I'm not even doing them around him. I was like,
You're gonna
this is for me.
cosplay as a goddess. I got you.
I'm creating this nice 5-foot tall image of the goddess of her. Like,
You
it's
want
nice.
Caleb to paint you like one of your goddess girls.
Nah, I got a costume for that. That's if we ever do a Halloween episode. It's dressing up as a goddess. A shorter, much more muscular version.
We did a Halloween adjacent with Jace, though.
Yeah, I can't wait till this year.
Oh Lord. Okay.
It is
So
the
then-
last week of that month, so
So, what do you want to roll?
All right. Let's do something a little crazy. Let's actually do 2 checks. One that uses Dex and another that uses Charisma.
Okay.
And let me know what you got for each of them.
Both with proficiency, because I do have that.
Yep.
Okay, so the first one, I don't have a dex skill, so just add.
Also, how realistic are you trying to make this?
I want it to be pretty realistic.
Okay.
So add
Alright.
3 to this roll because I have proficiency with it. And
Well, I don't have roll 20 up, so you'll just have to tell me what you get. And this is for which one?
7.
For what?
Dexterity.
Your total is a 7. Okay.
Yes. And then my charisma roll.
Yep.
All right, it's gonna be performance because it's the same roll.
Okay.
17.
Okay. So, in the hour or so that you're able to do this, you start to get like a lot of really good stuff on the board. Unfortunately, you seem a bit rushed. And while you seem to be getting some pieces in there that show that you could do some decent art, at this point, it's mostly just kind of looking more like a painty sketch. It's clear the technique is good. It's the execution that's having some problems.
Okay, so this is going to be multiple checks going through the entire painting.
Yes, well, yes, but remember this isn't oil paint, so like this stuff dries reasonably quick, so it's more of a you're gonna chuck it out and start again.
Okay, then I'll try again.
You're just gonna have to wipe some gesso all over that and then try again.
All right.
Okay, so you want to try again?
Yes.
All right, same thing.
12 for my dexterity.
Okay.
22 for my charisma.
22.
Yeah.
Okay. So, same, better definitely than you did previously. You're starting to get most of the shapes are all kind of roughed in, and it looks like you have a reasonable talent for painting. Um, it's not hyper realistic. There's still just a little bit of abstraction. However, the details that matter are definitely there. And you've got this, it's definitely got a vibe so that Izal and Volred, who look at this, can definitely tell who it is. Um, and definitely invokes the emotion of some otherworldly type being, and it definitely has the emotion you're looking for. It's just not viscerally high definition. Um, but you're still quite proud with what you've done.
Are you showing this to us now that it's
Yes.
done?
I would show this one to you guys.
Okay.
What do you guys think?
I like it. But is it edgy enough?
I feel the chaos of the battle looking at this image. The juxtaposition of the vertical lines, which represent a strength and character and importance, juxtaposed with all the diagonal lines, give a sense of movement within the battlefield. From a composition point of view, this is quite good. This makes me feel as though I'm at a battle and seeing sheer death. Is it as vulgar as we could have gone? No. And I'm not sure I really recognize the goddess, but I think this is good work. And now it is up to us to sell the narrative.
I like that you can see tits and swords in it.
Thank you. Been a while since I've done this. Haven't done this in a very, very long time.
Well, for a first time in a while, quite good.
That second painting, however, took a great deal more time than the first. So you are pretty much spent your entire day.
The assassins would have killed our boy by now.
Well,
What were you doing?
remember they already made the assassination attempt and failed.
Yeah, now
I
we're
know.
just trying to find them.
But
We need
the
Before
thing
information.
they can
But
try
first,
again.
Create art.
no, they're gonna try again. I mean, if they weren't gonna try again, then why are we really hunting them down?
We're making art to convince somebody to tell us this information.
Yeah.
This is the fuck. This is a World of Warcraft quest. Collect these oil paintings that are quick drying. Create art. Art's not good enough. Create it again.
Mm.
Your
Yep.
renown with this character has increased.
We're actually playing The Sims, and they're just like at the easel, and somehow it catches on fire.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. Caleb's first painting was Sad Clown.
That'll get you a solid B plus on most art classes. But we're trying to impress some fancy dude.
So
So, do you want to go talk to him tonight? Well, today? Well, this evening, I should say.
Let's go today.
All right. Let me wash up, get this paint off me.
If you look at it sideways, it's like there's a hidden horse in there.
A hell of a lot more than that hidden in there.
Azal, let me ask, when you view fine art, do you think about it or do you feel it?
I see where the first color draws my eye, and I work my way out from there. I took a semester of art interpretation. Didn't really like it, but I know that's hot. I didn't have a tree house full of art. I'm sorry.
Fair.
We are
Privilege checked.
well. The dwarves didn't do paintings. They did statues and filigree on weapons and stone pillars. Oil paintings aren't exactly something that lasts for 2,000 years, so
So you know where to find this guy?
fuck no.
Oh,
Oh.
well, of course. He is, he's in the Emerald District. I have the address right here.
All right. Let's go check him out.
Okay.
Okay. Caleb, you proceed to remove your canvas, kind of roll up, slide it in a little tube,
Yep.
Thump.
and make your way towards the Emerald District. As evening descends on Route Alatos, on this, the 89th day of Frost Rule.
Hey, Kalen, did you know there's a curfew?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, like you can't be out past a certain time. They say
What time?
I don't fucking know. I tried to get back last night and nah.
Why were you out? What were you doing?
I went to a wine tasting before.
Well, if there was a curfew, like you couldn't have gone to a wine tasting, could you?
Well, we went way before the curfew. It
Ah,
was bar hopping that turned into a wine tasting. It was a hell of an evening.
We found ourselves on a far side of town.
Mm-hmm. I'm not allowed back at that far side of town either.
is that where we're going?
Ooh.
Where is the Emerald District?
People in the
The Emerald District is near the garrison. It's over in the same area of the city that the Arts District is in, but you won't have to pass through the Arts District to get there.
I know is that the West and the South aren't too big of fans of me. Those
Mm.
people in those areas aren't fans of me. They're in the art district now. We gotta get out of the city. We gotta solve this crime fast so we can get out of the city before I get arrested.
Is this why you don't stay in one place too long?
No! I'm a lovely individual. I just don't know why they don't like me. I tell them the
Lovely.
truth.
Huh?
I just tell them the truth and they're sensitive because they're island people.
Possibly. Anyways,
Look at me like that, Eric.
I don't think that's what you were meaning to say.
I said island people because
Oh, I know what you
not
said.
Everyone
I
who,
just don't-
not everyone who hates me are elves. I don't discriminate on race. I discriminate on where you're from.
All prejudice. Okay.
I piss
So-
off all kinds of races.
Anyway, you guys head towards the Emerald District. As you guys kind of enter, the guards here spend a lot more time on patrol. And you can notice that while there isn't necessarily more guards here, the guards here definitely appear better armed and armored and more vigilant. Instead of walking in a traditional cadence, they definitely walk upright and formal. A reference you could tell to the difference in clientele that they serve. But there are also additionally what looks like other guards that are not part of the city guard that are perusing some of the area. Some of them bear what look like standards, brooches and seals and banners of different houses. You get the sense that the nobles who live in this area of town pay a little bit of extra for some private security through their streets. Um, and as you guys kind of make your way in a little bit, one of the city guards kind of stops you. It's like, halt. Sorry, but this section of the city is off limits to all but citizens, unless you have a formal invitation. Are you here to see someone?
We're going to go see a friend of ours.
A friend. And who is your friend?
Look over at Red. He's your friend.
Here to visit Gildus Arroy. Yes, that's it, right?
Ah, Master Ori.
Ori.
We have a gift for him.
And kind of looks over. Well, very well then. I trust you know the way.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If that's the case, then I would make sure you go straight there and do not wander.
May we ask, is there a reason for us to worry? It seems as though there's some commotion of some kind.
And he kind of looks around. No, this is simply an area of town where the rule of law is desired more than in other places. As generally speaking, the citizens of this particular district do not like riffraff or conflict to enter the area. It is a place for dignified individuals. So keep that in mind as you comport yourself.
Understood. Thank you.
And he kind of gives a slight bow, kind of turns almost kind of abruptly and kind of walks forward somewhat robotically.
Okay.
What's that on?
Onward.
All right. So you move on, finding an upscale home, not a noble villa by any stretch, but definitely the kind of place that might be held by a reasonably successful merchant. Little bit of land, got a gate, got some trees, but it's not a sprawling estate or anything. The simple manor house, certainly a lot compared to what most people possess, but far below the opulence you're used to, Volred, or enjoyed at one point in your life. As you approach the front gate, you find them barred, but a single guard standing at attention. He wears a set of plate mail that is etched black.
DM, remind me, was this guy Lord or something like that?
Well, no. Some people call him
Space
Lord
Cowboy.
Gildus, but the actual nobility here in this area, as you know, would mostly just call him Master Gildus.
Got it.
Definitely not nobility. Maybe you could call him gentry or an up-jumped yeoman, but definitely would normally not be given the honor of being addressed with the Lord honorific.
Got it. So I approached the guard, and Excuse me, sir.
Um,
I,
yeah, as you kind of look over, the guard kind of glances over, and from his eyes, you see kind of like these sort of red gold kind of pupils through the helmet, and these tusks that kind of come up. And now that you get kind of close and you stand up next to him, like, this is a beefy dude. This is definitely a half orc.
hmm. Excuse me, sir. Uh, I come to speak to Master Gildas.
He kind of looks over. Lord Gildas is not accepting visitors at the moment. Do you
Oh,
have an appointment?
well, we're bringing this gift to him, see? And I gesture over to the painting. It'd be a shame if we weren't able to drop this off.
Okay. He kind of gives you a little look. Who are you?
Hmm. I am Volred. These are my compatriots. We're travelers, set to depart tomorrow, and we understand the greatness of Master, and wanted to present this token of our gratitude.
He kind of chuckles a little bit. You mean you have something you need from him? Do you at least have the coins?
Ah, well, of course. We come prepared.
And he kind of is looking over you. You see him glance over and make some quick gestures with his hands. Uh, Obviously, you guys can tell some sort of magic is being cast. And he just kind of is glancing back at the house and then looks back. All right. Lord Gildas is willing to see you to see what it is you want, but you have to provide payment now.
How much?
He goes, the final price will depend on what it is you ask, but 500 gold should be enough to ensure you can afford the multitude of his services.
Let's say we don't get any information. Would we get part of that back?
Of course, this is just making sure that you actually have the money.
Hmm. One moment. I'd turn around and just, kind of whisper to Caleb and Azal, hey, when we get these assassins, they're going to pay us a lot of money, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought so. 500 gold, though. I mean,
Drop in the bucket.
yeah. Alright, so I turn back to the guard and say, of course. Please take this. And I hand him 500 gold.
Okay. He kind of passes over the coin purse and he kind of shakes it a little bit, looks inside, seems genuinely surprised to see 500 gold in there.
If we're going to be technical, it was 50 platinum I gave. Just
Yeah, but he
That's
looks
even
at
more
it.
impressive.
Yeah, he's kind of looking at it. And he's kind of looking at you guys. And then he's kind of glancing over, at Izal. And then he kind of narrows his eyes a little bit. You see him make a couple more gestures with his hands. You see his eyes kind of light up a little bit. And he kind of glances you over. All right. So at least it looks like you're not basic rat catchers. You got some loot. And at least you haven't been killed for it, so I don't know. Maybe you're worth the Lord's time. And he kind of quickly yanks the drawstring closed, kind of sets it in a pouch, and then goes and opens the gate. All right, just don't piss him off, or else I'll have to put your blood all over the floor.
Oh no.
Sounds like a plan.
We don't intend for that to be an outcome. Thank you.
The internal bleeding is what you have to worry about.
Good, because I so do hate cleaning up after blood.
Caleb's got this really cool spell that like can clean up a whole bunch of messes really easily.
Just get in there. And he goes through and you hear him start like kind of mumbling to himself in Orcish. He just kind of closes the gate.
He was kind of hot.
If you're into that,
Not now.
I know, I'm just saying.
You make your way down the flagstone path, and then as you kind of approach the door, it opens and then kind of shows to display some kind of automaton, not a warforged like Cassius that you had met previously. This one is smaller, sits like just below 5 feet, and looks much more delicate. You can see like whirling gizmos and flywheels in his torso or in pieces of him. At least that which isn't covered by kind of a jacket to make him look more stately. And it just kind of sits here and teeters a little bit back and forth. Welcome. Esther Gildas is waiting for you.
Why, thank you.
thank you very much. Lead the way.
Please, follow me to the parlor. And as you kind of enter in, he closes the door behind you and just kind of makes his way over into the parlor.
I can't pronounce the P's because it didn't have any lips.
And he kind of stops and gestures. Please, take a seat here. Would you like a refreshment? Maybe tea?
Oh, good. I guess tea would be nice, actually, yeah.
That sounds pleasant.
I will take some as well.
Excellent. I shall return presently. And he kind of departs off. About the... so the first person to arrive is an elven gentleman wearing a relatively nice-looking black brocade doublet. Simple. He's got a kind of stern look to him, kind of like what you might imagine like a former military type individual, who kind of comes in, rests his hands like on the back of the couch opposite you. He goes, so, it's my understanding that you are a group of individuals who have need of my service and have brought me tribute.
Yes, of course.
So he kind of makes his way back to the front of the couch and goes and sits down just as the little automaton is making his way back in with drinks. It's kind of pouring up some. Would you like one lump or two?
One.
One.
Click, lip, lip. And it's like handing over the tea. And it's already prepping Master Gildas's and hands it off. So, what is it you wish to do? Obviously, you possess some money. So, it seems as though we might at least be able to do business.
Of course. Well, we appreciate your time. My name is Volred. And I gesture as to allow everyone else to introduce themselves.
My name is Caleb. Nice to meet you.
I'm Isolde. Pleasure.
Thank you for your time, and we're on official business. And,
Official from whom?
well, it has something to do with the sphere of local politics. There are some individuals we seek who are attempting to bring chaos into the current order of things. And as we have talked to many individuals around the city, one of the names that continually comes up as a problem solver is yourself. Your reputation precedes you.
Well, I would certainly hope so. I've done a lot of business in the city over a very long time. Still, you said this is official business. Were you hired by some manner of guild?
Hmm. It is hard to say. I cannot say at this time.
All right, very well. So you seek some individuals. Why do you think I would have anything to do with this?
Hmm. As I said, your reputation as a problem solver. You are highly connected and are someone viewed as a puzzle master. I say that in terms of people give you information, you connect the pieces, build a picture. Speaking of pictures and art, we brought a token for you.
Oh?
We understand that you enjoy, well, here, I will just let our art speak for itself. Caleb.
Pull it out. And take it out of its case. And slowly unravel it onto the table in front of him.
Okay. Gildas kind of glances over the art a little bit. Goes, wow. It seems you've done at least a little bit of your homework. It lacks some of the shock and awe of some of my other pieces. However, it does move me. There's how should I say, a wild, untamed feeling this invokes. Feels primal. So, while the art is rather basic, I can clearly say it is not the worst piece that I own. Hardly a masterpiece. Still, at least it demonstrates that you took time to bring me something worthy of my time. So,
Thank you.
and he kind of takes that, rolls it up, and kind of hands it off to the automaton. So, these individuals you're looking for, you need my help in locating them.
Yes.
I see.
The gentleman's name is Folk Ekstrom and Joan Atberg. They arrived about 4 to 8 weeks ago on a ship known as Blackwater. It was hailing from the port of Damasta and was booked by Lockkind Shipping. Does any of that information provide you context?
Let's see here. Go ahead and roll me an insight, Volred.
He was the assassin.
10.
Okay.
Streak continues.
You kind of glance. It's hard to get a real sense of the guy. You do notice that once you mentioned the names, there was a flash of recognition. You don't know what's going through his mind, but you do notice that he is studying you very intently now, as if he is attempting to size up your group in much the same way you're sizing him up, trying to decide what his next move is. And he kind of glances over. So, You're looking for these individuals, and I trust you need them badly. Else, why would you come to me, knowing what I charge?
Of course.
Say I could locate these individuals for you. What exactly is your plan? Normally I'm a don't ask, don't tell kind of guy, but it sounds to me as though this could get messy. And I don't know you, so I would like to be certain that none of this reflects back onto me.
Of course. Well, to be honest and direct, I can't say there won't be bloodshed, but that is not what we intend. We want to merely coax information out of them, but upon finding them, their fate is served in their actions. Do be told that we don't talk in terms of our sources. We will not speak anything of your name should anyone question any of our whereabouts.
Roll me a persuasion check at advantage.
Okay, come on. Come on. 13.
At advantage? Oh, Volred. See, this is what happens when you guys lose your face.
Gorbek rolled like shit, though.
Yeah, that's true. But at least he was built for it, you know? But Gildas kind of eyes you. Well, I suppose it comes to the point where we should more than likely cut the shit. Based on the information you've provided, let's slip. You've shown a great deal of the number of cards in your hand, which means if you are here, well, you know I have something to do with these individuals. And I don't exactly know who it is hired you, but I have a guess. So, let us be blunt. It is true that I may perhaps know where these individuals are. And I know that you know that I know where these individuals are. And that, well, let us just say that it would be quite upsetting if your benefactors, assuming they are who I believe them to be, got involved into this. Are you quite certain that there need not go any farther? On one hand, I could certainly just have you killed. And then I could, deal with my other loose ends, and none of this ever has to go any farther. Why then should I take a chance on you when your involvement could honestly cock up what last little saving grace that I have?
Well, how about this? Your people obviously fucked up. Why would you want to keep them around to continue to disappoint you? How about you let us tie up your loose end? If we tie up your loose end, that means information will not get back to the party in which hired us. But if those two gentlemen are found dead, we would still benefit and no information would be lost on your end.
Well, I suppose it would save me the imposition of dealing with them quietly. After all, if they get caught, they might very well squeal, and if something happens to them privately, most likely their benefactors will understand that I had something to do with it, considering they're not so public, but still known fuck up. I suppose it could make more sense if agents of the other side handled this.
I
Do
believe
you think you are capable of handling this? I mean, you are dealing with two very skilled assassins. They were not picked for this particular job just because they happen to be the only ones available. They were picked because they are quite good.
Still don't know.
this team kicks ass. We will dispose of them.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't be such a big deal. After all, if you are defeated, well then, that's one loose end cut up anyway. However, before I do this, I would require you to answer some questions, however, just to ensure that all of the loose ends get tied up in the end.
Okay.
Obviously, you somehow managed to arrive at my doorstep. I would like to know how. Obviously, there are enough loose ends that even foreigners who are strangers and unwelcome in the city still managed to get here, of all places. And surely you had enough information in order to determine my tastes and what to do to get on my good side. That does lead me to believe that there are a great deal more loose ends out there than I had originally estimated.
It was just one. A gentleman, I believe a competitor, let's say, of yours by the name of Amir.
Emil. Ugh. Yes, of course I know Emil. Well, we had some business dealings in the past, and, well, I am here and he is there, so I suppose you can judge the difference in our abilities.
I do judge the difference and assure you that there is no comparison between you. And that
Oh, there's no. We're beyond flattery. Volred, your name was? Yes, we're beyond that. All right. Well, unfortunately, Emir. It's not a loose end I can tie up at the moment. So, that little cockroach is rather resilient. Well, at the very least, I can assure that he will have some discretion. I can only imagine what you did in order to get him to squeal, but I suppose it makes little matter now. All right. So, information. I am to tell you where exactly these individuals are hiding out, and assuming you can get there and handle them, then job well done. You go your way, your benefactor satisfied with your service, and I go my way, satisfied that there are loose ends, and I did what I could.
Fair enough.
All right. Though I warn you, that will be easy to get to. There is a bit of a I suppose you could say, a hideout. You'll have to travel to the sewers to get there, but once you arrive, it should be easy enough. The place is selected because it has a number of escape passages, so I highly recommend you take them by surprise, as if they do get a whiff of your presence, they'll be gone long before you ever reach them. Also, I don't need to remind you or let you know in case you are not aware that these individuals are masters of subterfuge, sabotage, so you can be quite certain that the pathway in is heavily trapped. So, the place you want to enter is a bit of an outflow, section along the northern end of the city, back along some of the more forested areas. It's mostly only used for, well, some of the local individuals that like to get a little more privacy. The sewers themselves in that section are mostly there to handle overflow and spillway from the river, so understand it has a bit of variability in its level of full. Thankfully, though, the trek through there will be a great deal less odorous than other areas, as most of the water that spreads through there is, well, more or less fresh. It's simply stormwater runoff. That being said, the currents there are quite brisk. So make the wrong step and, well, who knows how long you'll travel before you get dumped into some befouled oubliette beneath the city. So, it would appear that we are at the dusk hour, and as you are foreigners, your presence here in the Emerald is not well appreciated too far after dusk. So, if there is nothing else for us to discuss.
Do y'all have any questions?
Good.
Well,
Shall we make our leave?
I would like to say, go ahead.
I've got a small problem with the fact that not only did we kind of tilt our hand with revealing that we're willing to give up information on our leads, but he was more than willing to turn in information to get rid of his loose ends. So in essence, neither one of us can be trusted in any of this. So let's say we take care of your loose ends, then now we're loose ends. It's really more of a compounding issue.
Yes, that is
It's not our first crime organization to deal with in the past year, that's for sure.
Well, that I suppose is true, and you are right. You would indeed make yourself loose ends of a sort. However, I will say that from my judgment, you are much easier loose ends to deal with than those you're going against.
Certainly
Also,
easy to find.
the other thing I would say is the organization that I suspect you work for has no real power in this city.
Not political power, no.
No, but your other compatriots, the influence of their benefactors do reach here into the city. And so your relative, how shall I say,
Working.
outsider,
Value!
I would say your isolation, both socially and politically, from this city is actually an asset in your favor in determining whether you're worth eliminating.
Eric, I forgot the name of that organization with Sean, the hair person. What was that group that was in that? I can't find it in my note.
Oh, that is a good
I was looking through it.
question.
I was like, why is this group called?
Da, 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 da.
You have a contact. I don't have the contact in my fucking note.
Da, 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 da. Read my notes.
I was trying to get info from like Kilmo that we wouldn't distract you, but neither one of us can seem to find it.
Yes.
I have information about Sean.
Yeah, Sean Dunn. Actually, I'm kind of curious because,
I don't think he ever gave us the information.
yeah, I'm not sure you were ever told.
Okay. I think we have a contact. We just know we have a contact with an individual with an organization renowned. And what city did we do that one in? Because that one's also not.
That was Air Ariellen.
Ariellen. Okay. I'll add that to the note then.
Yeah. Yeah, you weren't ever told
Makes
what the name
sense.
of it is. So, yet again, that's an instance where you guys got involved in an organization and had no idea who you were dealing with.
We would never do that twice, Eric.
But anyways, as we're about to leave, Caleb will say, if all goes well, it's been a pleasure never meeting you.
Just met him right now.
This one gets how things go.
I mean,
Since we never met you, that means we get our gold back, right?
shit.
Yes. But, I think I should hold on to that, just to ensure that, you have a reason to fulfill your end of the contract. You can have it when you return.
You want us to come back to a place
Well,
that we
you're
weren't
supposed to get.
supposed to be?
No, don't worry. I'll find you.
I have no doubt that you can't. We're pretty obvious to find. But I don't lie to us. If you're gonna keep it, just keep it. Don't.
No, I am not that sort of scoundrel. Thievery is not how I make my money. Still, as I stated previously, I don't know you. And so any leverage I have to ensure that this remains as we agreed, I'm going to take. If, however, you'd like to break off our agreement, you can certainly have your money back. Understand, though, that loose end business we discussed earlier, well, that just moves you pretty high on the list.
Although if we become the loose ends and then you bring them to come find us, we wouldn't have to go find them. They'd come and find us.
I wouldn't hire them.
Feel
I'm
like
just
we should
saying.
leave.
It's not uncommon for outsiders to disappear or wind up dead in the city. Most of the locals here don't pay any mind.
We should probably go. I agree, Volred.
Well, I look forward to the success of this business venture.
Me too. Here's the tying up loose ends. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. So, you guys are escorted out of the manor, and then return. The guard out in front, the one in the black plate, appears to be somewhat lost, kind of thought, like he's got an interior monologue thing going on. Before he kind of looks over and then opens the gate to kind of let you guys pass. It is definitely like it's not quite nighttime, The sky out west still has like a bit of ruddy brown orange along the horizon, but it is definitely past sunset.
We'll head back.
Better get to the place quick, or they'll arrest us for being rowdy teens.
Okay, so you depart the Emerald District, making your way back towards the Emerald Stag. And that is where we will cut it off for this chapter 52 of The Adventures of Athoria. Come join us next week at 7 p.m. Central, where we open up chapter 53 and then see just how badly this can go.
It gets worse.
We shall see.
Why can't you guys like ever become friends with like normal guilds? Why does it always have to be outlaws for you guys?
Outlaws are more fun. Normal
Fair enough.
guilds are boring.
Outlaws pay us
They pay
a lot better.
And in some cases actually pay you.
Hey. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
See you next Tuesday.
Good night.